In just a few moments, episode 19 of the All About Counter-Strike podcast becomes all about apEX. Now, for newer fans of Counter-Strike, you might just know apEX as Vitality's in-game leader, the guy who's carried by ZywOo. Well, his career started many years ago, all the way back in Counter-Strike Source, where he had success, and that continued through going into CSGO. And now look at where he's got. He's gone from being an entry fragger into an in-game leader. He's grown as a person and a player in and out of the game. He's calm now. He's at peace with himself. And he's also the player with the most trophies by his name. And he's not done yet. In this interview, we go into so much detail from the beginning all the way to the end. A lot of focus on his time in Vitality. And I was able to learn stuff I'd never heard before. There's a lot of insight in this one. I know you guys are going to enjoy it, whether you're watching or listening. So sit back, take some time, and enjoy. Hello, everyone. It's episode 19 of the All About Counter-Strike podcast. And this is another special. This is all about apEX, the Vitality in-game leader who has not only had an amazing career, but has had an amazing 7 months, I would say, that many can't fault in this. I do this at the start of every episode. It is the 14th of July, 2025. Right now, it is 9 minutes past 8 for me, which means for Devilwalk and apEX, who are an hour behind me, it's 9 minutes past 7. So anything we're discussing about that happens after this, you never know what could come out, news and stuff like that. We won't be able to cover it. This is live now. This is what we're doing. This is how we're operating. Devilwalk, I'm going to start with you because you're always here. You have to be here. You're kind of like me. You're stuck. How you doing, man? It's pretty hot in Sweden right now, right?
It's really hot, and I have my I'm sweating so much. Even before this episode, I went for a cold shower. I've had 3 cold showers today just to kind of chill down. But it's since I live in the northern parts of Sweden, and my apartment is against where the sun is the whole day.
Yeah.
It gets extremely hot in here, and the sun is up for 24/7. So you can imagine there's some sweaty waking ups in the night.
Dan, what's it like for you where you're at?
Well, actually, it's pretty hot as well. Just a little tip: it's good at the moment to take a cold shower, but it's the worst after. Your body don't have to go use a lot of energy, and then it's hotter and hotter. So that's a rookie mistake to not do when we.
He's just gonna get warmer throughout this episode. Devilwalk's face is gonna get red throughout all of it. He's gonna be thinking back to what apEX said and goes, "Why did I make this rookie mistake?"
We have to cut. I have to go for a cold shower now.
10-minute break. Go again. No. apEX, do you have aircon where you're from? Is it normal?
Okay, in France usually we have, but here as I'm living in the mountains and every night it gets more fresh. It's really easy to just open the windows and all the fresh air get inside. I just have a fan close to me and that's enough.
Yeah. See, I got aircon, so I don't understand any of the problems that Devilwalk has right now. I'm just laughing at him, having to sweat through out all of this. But Dan, the first thing I wanted to bring up here is we wanted to have some fun because it's not the most serious when we start off this podcast. I made Devilwalk
Banks
go
wanted
back.
to have fun.
I wanted this to look back at Devilwalk versus apEX. Because your career has been so long.
Yeah.
And even when Devilwalk was still playing, not coaching, you guys went up against each other. It first started.
I actually remember most of the games we played, probably.
Okay.
But you have an insane memory, apEX.
Yes,
insane.
I do. I think the first time we played, I'm not sure about this one. Were you in the Epsilon lineup?
Yes.
So we played DreamHack Summer semifinal. We lost to each other. We lost to you guys. I remember that. Then we played the next one was probably Clan Mystic at the major in best of 1 when you beat us on Inferno, by the way. 16-7. 16-7, no? Something like that.
Wait, I'm opening it.
It is something like that.
16-6.
16-6, okay. I remember we got fucked.
You top fragged, Dad. You top fragged.
Oh, wow. On the 16-6. And I think maybe we played more. I'm not sure, but that's.
We played a couple of online cups as well.
Online as well, but
it was some Fragbite leagues and some ECA matches and stuff.
I remember everything, mate. So I remember we lost that DreamHack Summer, by the way, was a nightmare for me as well. It was a really big hard moment for me. I actually played really bad against you guys, but I had a lot of problems in my life, and also at the tournaments, both combined. I came to the tournaments without a passport, so I took the train and taxi from Paris. 34 hours to arrive. I arrived the
No
day before the
way.
tournament. My aunt back then, she actually died
Oh
Oh,
my
after that.
god.
fuck.
I like everything in this tournament was the worst. And I also remember eating at Max, taking
Yeah.
like a
Max
hot
Burger.
Max burger, exactly, taking like a hot sauce, and having like a really bad stomach pain during our
It
game.
was too spicy.
Yes,
Oh my
no, it's not
god.
too spicy. Just, yeah, I mean, for my mouth it's okay, but always for my stomach it's a big problem right after.
Ah,
And I remember that so well. And also, I had to pay for the the hotel because back then LDLC gave me the money to pay, and the guy, the
yeah.
Swedish guy, he broke my credit card. Like
What
everything
the?
in the same weekend. Yeah, that was
Wow.
my tournaments in
What a
Jönköping.
great journey, and also Jönköping is not an easy place to get to either way, even if
No.
you're flying.
Or train
So
or whatever. So yeah,
yeah,
that was my story at that tournament.
Bro, the first time I went to DreamHack in 2007, I think I flew to Denmark because it's easier. Met a friend in Denmark, drove across, and then drove all the way down to Jönköping.
yeah.
It's a wild journey.
Well,
It's crazy.
we did find a couple of games. Obviously, there's gonna be some games that are like on the ESA client that wasn't on HLTV or
Okay.
whatever. But we made a little bit of a scoring system.
Yeah.
Maybe can you guess if you won more or if I won more?
Th- th- Okay, I remember the LAN games, but not the internet ones.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be tough. So I guess we played when I was LDLC, Clan Mystic, LDLC again, maybe Titan. I guess it has to be tight, but I think you have the upper hand.
Ooh.
Okay, but no, it's actually the ones I found at least.
Yeah.
I did not check ESA games or anything.
Ah,
You
okay.
win 4 versus 3.
Ah, okay. But you won two
So
on LAN, so
yeah, that's
that's
true.
the one that count the most.
I got carried. You were the carry back then.
I was actually good at that time, so I wasn't getting
Yeah.
carried that much back then, so it's okay.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good now, stats wise, Dan. Mr.
Yeah?
IGL, we can't say anything bad about that. That's for sure.
Lately, yeah, for sure. Lately, it's
Now,
better.
that was just a bit of a fun way for us to open things
Yeah,
up because
for sure.
I wanted viewers to understand how far apEX your career goes back because it wasn't even just in CS:GO. Obviously, it was Source as well before that. And this is the thing: we always do this with viewers. We look back at their first ever HLTV game. Now, your first ever HLTV game was back
Well,
in 2012, but
but
that
I'm
was
pretty
not.
sure it was
They
not
didn't cover
with the team.
Source.
It was on CS:GO, wasn't it? With the mouse guy? No,
Yes,
wasn't.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It was the mouse
Yes,
game.
yes.
Yeah.
You're playing with
Yeah.
4 German guys, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
I was just turning in. I was like just playing, and I'm not sure. I had the team at that time, and they asked Stavros and Strux had asked me to play a qualifier with them, and here is my first HLTV game.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. So it was just a standing moment. There was just you were the
Exactly.
right person. Did you speak any German or
Of
how
course
did this
not,
work?
miss.
No?
I wasn't even speaking English back then, so imagine the communication.
What?
I was just trying to kill people. That's all I could do.
They just said apEX do this, and you kind of did.
apEX
that.
is fine. He's an entry fragger. He will run
Exactly.
first. And
Do whatever you want, they told me, and they spoke German on the side.
Oh, that's
Wow.
brilliant. That's actually so brilliant.
Long
Okay,
time ago.
so even though right, this well, people may even forget this. You even had a huge beginning career in CS Source, right? And that wasn't covered on HLTV because the difference between 1.6 and CS Source. But I wanted to just ask you, what team was it that you first considered where you were a professional player? Because I know also sometimes there were salary issues and stuff like that, even in Source, right?
Yeah.
Is it just Very Games? Was it LDLC? Was it 3D Max? Where is it from your perspective where you were a professional player for the first time?
It's not easy at all because what do we really mean by a professional? Like earning a salary? Like because back then on Source, like not many teams were earning a salary. For
Yeah.
example, my only salary I got was from Very Games, and I was 130
Wow.
euro.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I could buy so much stuff back then. But yeah, that was like a really whole time. But yeah, I don't know. For me, the sure thing is I arrived like in good teams with 3D Max, Cypher a bit before 2010-11. That was the
Mhm.
moment I really like went up in the team, and I was like competing against the best team in the world. So I was able to win like one trophy with 3D Max against Very Games. They were like the team to beat. They were never losing to anyone. And
Yeah.
with Shox, Cream, Flexor, ESP back then, we beat them.
Yeah.
So I would say maybe that moment, but yeah, we were in the best team, but not sure it was professional. Like the first salary I got was in Very Games.
Okay, so from a salary perspective, very games, but if you look at it from a team perspective, maybe 3D Max.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's 3D Max or Cypher a bit before. I remember Cypher was the first team I got where they were sponsored by a brand. But I mean, back then by SteelSeries, and I received everything at home. That was the first time I got everything for free like that.
Yeah.
I could choose on
But
the
the-
website what I wanted, and that was so fun, mate.
Dude, that is like one of the first experiences I have. I thought I was a professional when I received free mouse pads, a keyboard,
Exactly.
a headset.
That was like no, but back then, I mean, I was 17, so no
Mhm.
money to afford much stuff, of course. And that moment, you receive like 500 euro worth of like keyboard, mouse, and etc. So I remember I also changed my mouse back then to play with the mouse I received because I found it wow, okay. I'm
Yeah.
so happy and privileged to get all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you really want to use it. You're like thinking, oh, this is amazing, a bit of fresh gear.
Exactly. That was so crazy. It was just the best moment to receive all of that. I was waiting at my mom every day to tell her, did we receive it or not yet? Like,
And it's crazy, right? Because I think a lot of new players will never have this feeling from the
yeah.
start. Like they don't understand this same thing.
No, I mean
Yeah.
there used to be competitions. You would just grind with your team for during weekends to even win like 5 mouse pads or a headset or
Exactly.
something like this.
The,
So
the step ahead as well was Very Games because of course Very Games was like known as the best, etc., and the best
Mhm.
organization because both Existence and Nyak were making like this stuff together, like the really professional. Like it was like an institution. You were not joining a team; you joining an institution where you had to follow the rules, really being professional. They were teaching you how to do interviews, how to do stuff like that, and that was like a next step.
Okay.
And when you joined the team back then, of course, we had to travel with the computer, with the screen, etc. So they were like giving us like a Samsonite suitcase where you could
yeah.
Yes.
put the back then it was the Samsung 33 RZ. Remember that screen, the first
Yeah,
120
yeah,
hertz.
yeah, yeah.
So we had like the package with the shuttle, like the small computer, and all the stuff, your very again stuff, and they were giving you that when you were entering the team. And also, we were going to the office back then to have like seeing the boss, being on the table with the boss and explaining you what he was expecting from you.
Ah.
I felt like it was so much professional. It was like my first job. You go to your first job, you're really
Yeah.
stressed because they had to say okay at the end, like okay,
Did you
this,
show up
this
in a suit and
no,
like
no, I did not suit. Not enough money to buy a suit back
yeah,
then.
yeah, yeah.
So I joined it with whatever I had. I don't remember. But I remember that we were joining them at the office, trying to look good and speak well to be able to join their games.
Oh
That's
wow.
brilliant.
Yeah, that was
it's
good
It's even more
it's a
professional
level
back
up.
then than some of the orgs now, I think.
for sure. I'm 100%
Definitely.
sure.
Oh yes, we know that, right? There's some dark organizations out there of how this goes. All right, so Very Games obviously was a huge point for any player in Source, especially a
Yeah,
French player for you. But it was a bit of short time that you had within that team, right? Then
yeah.
we go into CS:GO, and to not spend too much time on the past in here, I want to see if I'm right in saying that maybe ESWC 2013 was like the first big tier one event you would say that you went on to win?
Actually, I will pick up another one. I will pick
Okay.
Okay.
up the Prague challenge. Do you remember that when we beat a Prague challenge?
Oh.
I go there with a mix with Overdrive, Kenyas,
Yes.
Neo, and
Yes.
Taz, and we actually beat in semifinal the Mouse Sport guys, the last UK team that was relevant, by the way, with Rattlesnake,
Yeah.
MX, Uxie, and Release, and PT I think was the all five of them. We beat them with the mix, and then we beat the legendary Na'Vi lineup, Starix, Markelov,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Senya,
etc.
Zeus.
Zeus,
Yeah.
like Senya, and that's the last tournament they did together. Both team we beat in semi and
Okay.
final. Like they lost to a mix, so they were like, okay, no way.
Now it's
Yeah.
time to disband.
Exactly. So for me, that was my first win because thanks to that back then, first of all, I never expected to win that tournament because we had like a big teams like that. And also in quarterfinal, we also beat Bialy and Snacks back then. I remember that they were in like a sub top Polish, and that's just before they joined the VP.
Okay.
And winning there was like a huge thing for us because it made me like being a bit more known as well, even though I was already. Also, thanks to that, I didn't have to work during that summer to go to vacation because I won a 1K euro as a cash prize.
Yeah.
And that was what I wanted to go to vacation. Like it changed a lot of small things, and also Neo back then and Taz asked me to do a team with Kenny.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. So that's what I'm looking at here. This team is like Taz, Neo, Kenny, apEX, and then Overdrive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Overdrive paid everyone, right? To
Yeah, he
like
paid
go
the
to the
entrance
LAN.
and the hotel, etc. Yeah, exactly. Didn't give any more money, but he was paying the entrance because me, I couldn't come to like a land mix. I didn't have the money, so yeah, he paid for it.
Tell me this, because I never knew Overdrive as a player. Was he good or did he need a hard carry?
Okay, on CS:GO when we did that LAN, I think he had a 100-hour overall on CS:GO after 1 year of
Okay.
the release, so it was pretty bad. But he did
Yeah.
like 2 really important clutch that made us win, actually.
Nice.
But yeah, it was like a heavyweight at that time.
Yeah. That's a good way to explain it. So that's
Exactly.
nice to get it from your perspective of how important that event is. And just
Yeah.
looking down this, I'm going to bring this up for when we do the edit so the viewers at home can see just the teams and the players that were here. This was no small event. So this is a big deal for you as a player. You're very young at this point as
Yeah.
well. And then obviously, if we look at where the change goes for you, we then see it's like almost a constant rise. So then ESWC's got to be a huge one in terms of who you end up beating in the final as well.
Yeah, but beating the French in the final. Also,
Yeah.
I remember like okay, the crazy part is back then NiP is the best team in the world, NIP.
Yeah.
And we played the group stage, I remember, and we beat. We played Complexity, like it was a Swag, Eco, etc. And we were done 10-5 on. We started City on Nuke. We were done 10-5. I remember that's like it was yesterday, and we come back 10-5. So it's 15-15. No overtime group stage game. Thanks to that, we arrived first in the group.
Yeah.
If we arrived second, we would have played NIP in quarter, and I'm pretty sure we'll have been eliminated already. Instead of that, we play FM Toxic, a UK team,
Yep.
and we beat them. And I quite easily. So then, of course, we get to the next step. Astronaut Diagram, 3 maps, winning on Dust 2, losing 16-14 on Nuke, Inferno Nuke, Dust 2. I remember that like it was yesterday. We beat them, and then we go to Very Games in the final, playing the French on soil back then,
Yeah.
and beating them 2-0 on Inferno and Mirage. Mirage that we almost never played together. With Clan Mystic, we lose 12-3 on the T side, and we come back 13-0 on the city side. I remember that. I swear, it's the first win on in the SWC. Yeah.
I remember that event. I was obviously there playing. We came 5th to 8th. Terrible tournament for us, but obviously, like there was so many new parts of CS:GO then. I remember full final French commentators, no English commentators.
Yeah, back then that was the ESWC.
Yeah.
Because in France anyway, like it was even worse before that no one was speaking English. So why would we do like it's it's a bit like in China they do it right now, like in the arena it was in Chinese.
Yeah.
So that was
it was really hard to follow.
Yeah.
But there was a big crowd, I would say, still.
Yeah, it
for
was
that
like I think
ESWC.
2000, also
Yeah.
1500. Yeah, it was. I remember like the long range. I had it on my Facebook not a picture profile, but you know the one that you have in the back with
Oh,
like
the
all the crowd.
background.
Yeah, the background.
Yeah.
I have it like with the people, and I remember that it's quite some people there behind us.
Brilliant.
But did you feel like that was some kind of like, okay, I don't know exactly what happened when you switched over to CS:GO, but they obviously didn't continue with you specifically in Very Games, and then you kind of grind your way up to this ESWC. Did you feel like it was kind of like I don't know, I don't want to say like fuck you, but like a revenge kind of arc in some way, like, for you as personally?
It was really tough to get kicked from Very Games. That was the first time in my career I got kicked, and And I understood. I didn't understand the reason because I mean, we could go on like a 30-minute talk on that because
Yeah.
I remember everything once again, and I have etc. But it was tough, and I really wanted to take a revenge from that. So actually, I joined the team with Shox, etc. at the beginning, but I stayed only a week because I wanted to create my own project with Appy and Maniac that we played a lot together after that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and at that time at least we beat them in the final. That's the first title I get as a CS:GO player with
Yeah.
almost unknown players except Arts and Yorek that also won an 0.6, but no one expected them to come back and win a trophy after like 5 or 6 years. So yeah, that was
Yeah.
a really nice moment. I really remember it, and that was like okay, I can also be like changing a team as well just by joining them and being like one of the guy that because I wasn't the best player there I remember, but the way I was working and the way I was trying to help them to grow as players uh, helped us to win the trophy for sure because we are talented players, but
But
it
I
was
mean,
needed.
I think you still like, okay, if I remember back, you as a player, I like now in the older days, I consider being annoying to play against to be one of the most valuable
Yeah,
characteristics you can have in Counter-Strike, you know?
yeah,
And you were annoying to play against. No matter if it was felt like you were random or did
yeah.
something, you know, like why is he pushing there or something like this.
Unpredictable.
Yeah, exactly. But you were annoying as hell because you were a guy you instantly looked at no matter what team you were playing with. This guy, we need to keep track of this guy because he can do anything at any point in time, you know?
Yeah, it's
And
like for us GW in a way that was already
yeah,
ready
exactly.
to go close pop with the
Yeah.
AWP all the time, and it was annoying to play as well. So yeah, I know what you mean.
So I would still consider you probably the most recognizable players to play against, you know?
Yeah, okay, thank you. That was also like the person I am and the player I was. I was just like I was working, but I was just trying to do whatever I felt on the moment. A bit too much,
Yeah.
maybe.
Sometimes maybe.
There's always a bit of give and take with that. And
Yeah,
I want to ask you this at this point, because obviously you said getting removed from very games, it's obviously an upsetting, not a great moment. But then you come back from this point from Clan Mystic, and it looks like you just continue to rise throughout your career. But was there any point, maybe before you won the majors and stuff like that, where you thought about you were going to give up or you were going to stop trying? Because the apEX I know is someone who's super determined. So I can't imagine you doing that. But it's just a question I've never asked you.
yeah. No, never, never. Like even worse before because CS was a drug for me. I love
Yeah.
CS more than anything else. I was playing CS like 100 hour, 50 hours past a week, all the time. Like there were no break. Whenever I was doing a break, I was like, no way, I want to play CS again. So I was never like I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna do that. Actually, in a way, when I look back at my career overall, I'm really proud also of the choice I did in
Hmm.
general. Like sometimes not doing like what one was expecting, but trying to do something that I was thinking was the best for myself and for the gym.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I never, no, of course, I never thought about giving up.
That's good. That's really good. And it shows in your character and what's happened across your career. So
Yeah,
I think like the next points, because this is what I mean. We could do this podcast about 6 hours with you, but we haven't
yeah.
got that time. So I'm trying to skip through bits across it.
And
We'll
I swear
come.
I remember everything. Like I think
How
I
do
did
you remember all this?
I have no
I find it's
idea.
crazy, man.
I did a
Like,
game with Mezii.
Yeah.
Just I okay. I wasn't right on everything, but we did 4 years of every games we played. I remember like 95% of who we played, not the score, but and the map of it. So like yeah, we did this tournament. We went to this tournament and we played them.
Yeah.
We did that,
do,
and then a little thing. I don't know.
do you also have the same, like, for what strats you've used in the past? So you can kind of
Yes,
like
yes. I
feel like
know.
this
For
is
example, I
is
know the way I fucked the last opponent, so I don't even have to watch the way we
that's
played. Oh, it's
crazy.
not
Damn.
all the time, okay? So sometimes, of course, I mean, no, as I have more responsibilities and I do even more stuff.
Yeah.
There are stuff that I don't remember and I need to rewatch them. But sometimes, yeah, I'm like, yeah, well, I remember first Baron we did that, DNC we did that. So yeah,
So I can imagine you like when you're being an in-game leader, you just get like a light bulb pop up in your head, like ding, this is what we need to do. We did this when
Exactly.
people played like this back then, you know?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I remember a strat that I was doing 3 years ago, and we
Yeah,
rerun it now, and it works. Like,
Really?
yeah,
that's really cool.
yeah.
But so you say it's a strat that's run 3 years ago, but I'm guessing some of the newer players may not know this fully. So you're just trying to like micromanage them to do this, this, this.
Oh no, but it didn't work before, anymore. You know, sometimes with the meta, like I think like
Mhm.
the struts are a bit of a cycle. You know, sometimes
Yeah, yeah,
for
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
nuke the meta is more outside. Sometimes it's a bit more inner, for example, in the pop or whatever. And sometimes I'm like, no, I'm home. I'm thinking about CS. I'm like, I think right now this strat would work again. I'm pretty sure it will work
Hmm.
again. So I'm going on theory craft again a bit to just find the nades again if I don't remember then. And then I go to my players and show them the strat, and here we go. We run it again, and sometimes it works.
Dude, that's crazy. And it probably just another testament of why you're able to do what you do now as a leader as well.
Yeah.
Is there stuff you remember even from back in Source days? And can we go that
Yes.
far back? Oh my god.
Yes, I mean for sure. I remember like the big tournament and we will play it in EWC,
Mhm.
ESWC, because I played the ESWC in Source. We had one,
Yeah.
and I remember who I played. Maybe not all the games, but most of the games as well. Yeah, I mean I remember lots, and I remember 3D Max against Very Games Grand Final. I remember the map we played, even the semi. I'm pretty sure I remember the map we played against Very Games. I think. We started by those two. We won it, lost an Inferno, and beat them on train. That was the 3 match we played. Yeah,
So I don't have that memory. That's
I didn't
insane to
choose.
me. But I could see
Mm.
it being like a huge advantage for you as an in-game leader.
It is. It
Like,
is. It is on a lot of stuff. It is.
yeah.
I swear it is.
Huh.
It's impressive, super impressive. All right, so we'll continue going through the dates and get towards the envy moments of your career because obviously envy will take us to the first major title as
Yeah.
well, but it was 6 titles across. And I personally look at this as where we started to see that rise I'm talking about really come, right? Not just because of the major, but because of the titles and success. At that point, was this where you're thinking, okay, I'm at the very top of global Counter Strike?
Yeah. I think at that moment, specific moment, 2015, in my opinion, I'm probably the best entry fragger, like pure entry fragger in the world.
Yeah.
Um, I'm doing really good tournaments on that one. We can also say once again like who we played and the way everything went. I remember that in the quarter we played Fnatic and we really wanted to take our revenge because they beat us in the Cologne Grand Final. It was really
Mhm.
important for us to beat them, and we beat them on a actually like it was pretty violent on a catch when we were 16-2 on the third map. But yeah, that's the moment I knew I put my name on the top of CS, and having like your like the small thing is just having like your the little trophy on the game in the game, and
Yeah.
all of that is was like yeah, that was. And this is the craziest is that these tournaments at that time, okay, in the French scene, apex was like a different guy that now, because
Mhm.
people were trying to like actually fuck each other in the back.
Yeah.
And me, I just tried to be the best version of myself and trying to get a job and trying to be in the best team without talking too much, without s- putting too much struggle. That's why also I was that player running first all the time, because
Yeah.
no one wanted to do that. No
Yeah.
one. And
Most thankless role.
exactly. I also wanted to have other rules. Also wanted sometime. I remember saying to Happy, yeah, sometime I think when I'm in late round, I will be better. And said, no, we want you to be entry. And nowadays, if you say that, you have a discussion. You have like, okay, maybe we can
Yeah.
put you in some better like think, etc. And it wasn't like entering like Dong does right now. You know, it's like being
No.
a
Mm.
mid, like just run and die and try to kill one if you can.
It
So
was a
yeah,
sacrificial lamb kind of
yeah, exactly,
entry
exactly.
back in the
That
day.
was the worst. And I was just trying to do my best, trying to be like the a good teammate, even though sometimes I was a bit of a rager. Of course, I was just trying to be the best version of myself, and actually made it in a way at that moment.
Yeah.
You say like you were a bit of a rager as well. you've always been like an emotional player
Yeah.
this whole way. You've always shown us that emotion, whether we're looking at the cameras, the way you act, and the way you are. But did that ever get you in trouble with some of these earlier teams, like when these shuffles were going on, or did some people maybe not like it?
Yeah. Of course, in the French scene, people didn't like it that much, and I was actually for example, the Envious Day, I was not like as much as I was like last year or the year before, because when you get in control of a team and when you IGL, like everything is more frustrating in a way.
Yeah.
Like when
Yes,
people fuck
yes.
up or do a mistake, that was the problem for me. But in a way, what I could say is like in the French teams, mostly after with G2 and extra, I couldn't be like the person and the player I wanted to be. Like it
Okay.
was not possible with them because some players didn't like that, and you had to follow like a certain way to play, a certain way to be, and you couldn't be yourself both outside of the game and in the game. When I say outside of the game,
Mhm.
it's not the way you act outside of the game; it's the way like you act in the game, but outside of the game, like as a
Yeah,
human.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So both of them were like controlled in a way, and that was tough for me because, as you can see, the way I am, I just want like s- the the first person that told me also that my emotions are both my strengths and my weakness was Lars back in 2022.
Okay.
He told me what you are when you are giving your good energy, etc. You are the best. That's simply
Hmm.
that you are the best. But whenever it goes on the other way, you can make you win your team because you have like a good leadership, the way you talk, the way you act. We can win just because of that because everyone could feel it. Or the other way, you can make them lose in a way because yeah, you are getting too crazy. And
Yeah.
um, and when I understood that, everything got easier in my head.
Yeah. Yeah. And that didn't come till 2022.
Yeah, exactly. Because we
Wow.
didn't have also like that many performance coach before. Like
Hmm.
it
Yeah.
was like not like normal back then, and like managers, coach try to do it, but without knowing about emotion, like trying to do
Yeah.
Yeah.
it with like the past they had in their life and the way they were dealing with themselves with emotion, etc. But
Hmm.
that's why like having like person like that helps me back then to be better version of myself, and I also understood that what I was good. I just had to control everything. And I
Yeah.
also like I'm a big fan of sports, and I know that like players like Djokovic in tennis, for example,
Hmm.
or Federer, they were like I mean Djokovic is still a big rager right now, he's
Yeah.
still, but and Federer, and I heard like interviews about them, like the way and they were saying like it took years for them to control their emotion, to be able to know
Hmm.
how to deal with their emotions. And yeah, because everyone think like I remember back then people were telling me, for example, stop raging, stop tilting.
Yeah.
Bro, what does it mean? It's my emotions, mate. Like,
Yeah.
it's like you don't be yourself. Like it's the thing they
It's the
tell me is
same.
just
Yeah.
don't. Yeah. So it's just not possible, and you need to learn to accept the way you are and prove it and have the tools. And when you don't have the tools, it's tough for sure.
Yeah.
And the chance we have as a CS players, at least if we go on the same path as mine, is that I got also so much a better person overall in my life, thanks to all of that. Thanks to people that helped me during my career to be a better player, like in the way that I was. Because back then, when you were also telling me something about myself, like Dan, you are raging lately. I was getting crazy. I was getting mad at someone saying something bad about me, and I also
Yeah.
learned now that, for example, if my teammates said something about me, we have a French say that we say there is no smoke without fire. So if
Yeah.
someone feels something emotionally about me doing something bad, he's right. He has something right behind that, maybe not entirely right,
Yeah.
but I need to look at myself and be better. And so that's the way I was thinking, and that's the way I'm thinking in my life. So I'm trying to be a better person overall with it.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying there as well. The smoke without fire, because there was many times if someone gave me some criticism, even if it's valuable, I just shut it down because it's like you're just trying to close it out. You don't want to hear that.
Yeah,
You want to just be yourself. But everyone can learn. You can learn every day. You can be 40, 50, 60 years old and still be learning in everything you do. And this
that's
probably
also
goes
why
again.
I'm here still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
That's why I'm here
development.
still. I'm 32 and a half soon, and I have like
We're counting halves now, Dad.
Yeah,
You've got to that
exactly.
point where you're counting halves.
Yeah, but like I'm still young, so when we're young, we still count half. So I'm trying to do. I will still do that when I'm 80. I would say I'm 80 and half. But yeah, that's why I also have this career. And like back in 15, no one believed that apEX will be the most active player of the French scene and the one that will go until 2025 or whatever. No one would have bet that. No one. And
No,
that's what. But only myself because I knew myself.
you believed.
No, but
I,
it's really cool, like going through that journey and actually like kind of exploring that so late for you. I mean, you must have had so many struggles where you're like, "What's wrong with myself? Why can I not do this, do that?"
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. And but I tried to put myself in a box, you know. Like
yeah,
I was trying to
like
put myself in the
everyone.
box. Yeah, exactly. And okay, I'm just this guy, and I don't want to make trouble in the teams. Like in G2, was it enough of like Kenny had struggled, like he wanted to stop CS and blah blah blah. And
yeah,
Shox was the IGL and trying it not good, not easy because he wanted to change a lot and etc. And BK not happy with everything and putting his word into that. So if me also came and say, yeah, this is all bullshit, and okay, that would have been too much of a mess.
So, what was the first team you actually felt like, okay, I can be myself?
Vitality in a way. Vitality
yeah,
from whenever Xtas joined it,
Okay,
he understood me better. He also understood me better also in the game, in the way I wanted to play. I was able to do whatever I wanted, not everything whatever I wanted, but you know what I felt also back then in G2, for example, is I was working harder than anyone else. Okay.
yeah,
hmm
And the example is I could see back then Fur Prime, okay? This aggressive player, like playing a bit solo, etc. And that's also what I wanted to do in a way, like trying to be the sneaky boy. And I remember like
the annoying guy.
yeah, exactly. Once again, that annoying guy, and I knew I could do it because I was reflecting about the game. I was working hard. I remember once on I asked that to Smith and Shox, and I tried for one practice to be able, and it doesn't work. So they told me, no, it's not gonna be good. So now you go back to A site and you jump in the box. Everyone thought like anyway, and and because we had the way to play a bit passive at the beginning, having some aggro sometimes, and after someone like we go three and we retake like the classic thing. So that's the thing they wanted to do, and they also the problem with Frenchin is like the way they wanted to play was really structured, but all the time structured. Like all the time,
Yeah,
really like revenge, refrag, and all the time. And so this didn't go in like that plan in that box in a way to play
yeah,
alone. So for them, it wasn't good. They were thinking that their CS was the best, and there were not like good other good CS to play. So that was
hmm
also like the tough part for myself to be myself and being and while I remember because in 17, okay, I'm not top 20 in the world in HLTV. I'm top 21. I remember Tigris back then. He says with 21, with 22, with 23. It happened
yeah,
twice to me that I'm 21 in 13 and in 17. He told me back then, and but I was still proud because I was like, okay, I'm in the box. I can't do everything I can, but still like top 21, which is not bad, you know.
yeah.
So
yeah,
in a way, I was still satisfied, but I knew I could do more. I actually knew I could be so much better, and that's why when I joined the Vitality, I remember the first 6 months, 7 months, I was actually good. We win trophies, we win stuff. I'm actually like a 110 rating, 120. I have like a good with ZywOo back then already, good stats, etc. And whenever Shox joined it, he took more space on me, and then I got a bit worse, and then I became
yeah.
agile. But in a way, that's your question is yeah. Whenever I could feel it was more in vitality. I could play.
You
I
should
could
have
be myself.
joined. You should have joined a Swedish team way earlier
Yeah, but
in the career.
maybe not enough structure back then. But yeah, exactly. I
See,
mean, you could see all the good players like Olaf, etc., whoever could do whatever they wanted, and me, I was in my
Yeah.
yeah,
box controlling, doing this.
it's such a different brand of CS, and
Oh,
I
mate.
want to ask you, you have such individual skill and ability in even now, like looking
Yeah.
back then at you. Was it always hard at times, maybe where you were overshadowed by the other names? Because, like, if I'm looking at that era of French CS, they would mention your name as the entry frag as what you could do, but it's like Kenny, it's Shox. One time it was MBK. You know, there was all the other players that even the French community was putting above you. Was that
Yeah.
ever
I mean, even
frustrating?
Happy at some point.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
see?
Scream.
And you weren't getting credit for what you were doing. And I guess it's without sounding rude to people who look at CS, but sometimes people are looking too much at the numbers or just the frags
Yeah.
and not seeing what you were creating, the space you were creating, what you were doing.
I will go on a different thing to answer that. First of all, I've never been a selfish person. So I was fine to make the other shines. I was fine to be the guy that's run first or jump for Kenny or whatever. I was really fine with it. It was never been a problem for me. Of course, in some point, I would have loved to be a bit more selfish, to be a
Yeah.
bit better player because I knew I could. But in a way, I would not be the player I am today and not having the career I have. So I'm actually fine being like maybe back then under those guys and the NBK individual and the Shox and the Kenny and the Happy as well and the Scream. He was APK as well in a way. I was fine with that, but now getting the credit from like back then Kenny didn't understand all I was doing for him. For example, he was not understanding that I was giving myself for him. In a way, I could see that he was just more talented than me. Okay, Kenny was, you know that he was such a talented boy, like one of the most talented players we ever had in the Counter Strike. But he was a lazy boy. So what I was feeling myself, it was just okay. I'm gonna work for him. I'm gonna do what he doesn't do, like work on a few tricks and flash pick and telling him what to do when we're together, and it's gonna be good. And it's gonna help me to win trophies because what's the most important at the end is to win trophies.
Yes.
And not long ago on a Thorin channel, he just said something like, "Yeah, the biggest mistake I've done is not trying to play more with Apex because he always wanted to do well for me, and I always try to do my best for him." And in a way, what's sad is whenever I joined it, I left. It was a bit of his drop down, you know, and people will never put that together. Okay, but that's the truth, and I was doing a lot for him. But back then it was a bit hard because he was not he didn't know he wasn't like he didn't felt I was helping him. It was just like, yeah, I'm a talented kid, that's it. But after like reflecting and getting older, because he's also 30 years old right now, he understood that okay, I've done a lot for him, and in a way, I try to, even though ZywOo is a bit different, but also try to do the same with ZywOo.
Yeah. And that,
Yeah.
and that on its own is impressive. So let's come looking at this then to the first major. It was Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah.
2015 with Envy. You beat Na'Vi in the final as well. You obviously mentioned you beat Fnatic as well before the Devil. You'd gone by
G2
this
as
point,
well.
right? You weren't there.
Yeah.
Beat G2, which obviously a crazy team at the time. It was kind of like a start of super teams as it be.
Yeah.
How was that run for you? Like, was it something where you felt like that major was in your hands from the beginning of the event? Was it one where you hit the ground and leveled up throughout it?
If you know the story, we wanted to split after the event because
French special.
Yeah.
French special.
Exactly. I mean, not me, but like NBK was not happy at all. Happy was not happy at all as well. People were not working enough. But just before the event, we win like 2 trophies though, but they were still not happy. They wanted so much, and I understood that in a way, but they were too harsh with everything. So bootcamp didn't go well at all. People were not happy. They wanted to make change already, etc. And we said like it's a last dance. If we win, we can keep going together, and if we lose, we're not going together. And I remember we beat Dignitas first game. We beat Navi in group, and then we played Fnatic, beat them. It was actually 3 maps, so it was not easy. Even though the third map was quite easy, overall it was not the easiest game. And then we played G2, and that was actually the hardest game because they beat us on those two. We beat them on Inferno, but Inferno at some point it's getting overtime, and at some point I think they are 21-18 for them. So one more run is GG. And I remember back then in majors, in overtime we had like breaks, like 1 minute or 2 minute breaks
Yeah.
like it wasn't ads, but it was like made by CS. and no, it was full quiet, TeamSpeak full quiet. And then we come back. I remember NBK taking the auto shotgun on B Inferno. We win Inferno, and then we win Cash, and we go to grand final. And same against Navi. Actually, one of our French YouTuber did a video about myself, of my story, and I was watching the train game. And I think we were 14-10 down on T side train, which is tough, and we
Oof.
come back 16-14.
That
And
used
we
to be
win.
like for people who don't know, that's like a 10-2,
Yeah,
or now it's
13-2,
like
it's 12-3.
13-2.
Yeah,
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 12-3 map.
it was so tough on train. So yeah, we come back from that, and then we win Cobblestone now epic, and yeah, and you remember that the third map was random between all three.
Yes, which was the craziest like preparation for a game back
Yeah.
then. Was like everyone sitting by one PC by the Vito and just praying, please not this map.
And
Please don't
actually, we got unlucky because we were those two were the third map, and at that time we were really bad with those two.
Yeah.
And we at the end we win 2-0. So yeah, that was actually a good memory, but not the easiest run for sure. Like Paris was way easier for sure. Huh.
Now, that's crazy, right? That obviously this French scene in general had gone through this change again and again.
I mean,
But
it felt like you played with pretty much every single
everyone,
French
yeah.
player
I actually
you could
didn't.
at this point.
I didn't play.
Really?
I never played with Smith. He's the
Ah,
only player I never
yes.
played with because we were always like replacing each other in a way.
Bro, you should see
Okay.
we've got a document that we made with all the different lineups and players, and I'm just seeing this like it's insane. So yeah, that's the only one we're missing.
Yes, it's the only
Yeah,
player I didn't play with. I played with Happy a few times, back and forth, and BK, not back and forth in a row. Kenny as well, playing together again. I think 3 times.
yeah.
Like yeah, crazy stuff.
We've even got the ones here with like Kiyoshima, obviously, but
Yeah.
Devil, Sixer. If you're looking at lesser known names, um,
Uh,
it's crazy what you've been through throughout this. But
yes,
who
indeed.
was it ever hard on any of these where you had a more personal connection to some of your teammates? Was it ever situations where players were getting removed? And because you spoke about the backstabbing, and the problems, and this is
Yeah.
something that we've all heard about on many different podcasts from the French scene, from other players through their mouths. Was it ever one where you knew what's going to happen and it's a friend of yours and you're sat there like, I don't want this to happen, but like you said, it's better for my career if I stay here. You're trying to do what's right for you at the same time. Because I can imagine at times there's this crossroads where it's an awful situation for you to be in when they're your friends as well as your teammates.
Yeah, actually, the sure thing is, the only moment I got removed was G2.
Yeah.
And actually, I was really fine with it because this team was not working. The Superteam,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it wasn't working. I was sacrificing too much in a way. And the guy I was the closest was Kenny at that time, but
Mhm.
our relationship went a bit down because he had like he went through like a moment of his life where he didn't feel good and he didn't care about what happened around him. Like it was a bit selfish in a way because he wanted to stop CS and he was a bit weird at that moment. So we were,
Was this where he said he was depressed? Because I remember doing the interview with him.
yeah, it was depressed. It was a bit of everything. Like Kenny had like a problem also in Titan where he got depressed as well back then with a girl. And
Mhm.
17, I don't remember. I think it was also a bit of because of I was also with that. He's also really emotional, so it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
And we tried to talk to him, but it wasn't only about depression because it was also very big about the behavior and the way he was acting with the guys and with me. And I remember at some point I did like I had a letter that I told him because it was too much, and I had to tell him the truth of what I was thinking, etc. He always been like Kenny was the guy in back in 2012, 2011. Everyone was thinking he was a cheater, and
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
took it under my shoulder. We did his first line. He did his first line with me. He did we did a lot of stuff together, and so he was like my little brother in a way. And at some point he stopped listening to me, stopped like, yeah, he was a bit less of a good guy. So yeah, it got our relation got a bit worse. But in a way, I was happy to leave that G2 lineup to create like what I wanted after. Because yeah, everything went bad in this G2 lineup.
Yeah, it was kind of like a blessing in disguise, right? The whole G2 situation.
I mean, looking at it now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once I will say a lot of stories about that when I will be done. But
You're writing a book.
yeah, I will probably do it. I promise. But
Oh,
I will
brilliant.
I will go to jail because I will say too much stuff. Nah, but
So the career must be completely dead before you.
exactly. So no, it was just too much of a mess, and players also the biggest problem back then anyway was players having the power. That was the
Yeah.
biggest
Yeah.
problem. How can you be above someone you play with? Where in the game you're supposed to be all at the same height,
Yeah, yeah.
and whenever we outside of the game, someone else decide for you. It's not possible. That's not how
And
it should
usually
be.
it was really weird, but it was like a core of 3 people who decided everything.
Yeah.
And the other
Yeah.
2 was on the outside, just having to.
And then they get kicked to get the new
Yeah.
2 players, like a bit
Exactly.
like the Cold era for Fallen probably.
Yeah.
Like yeah, they changed FNX and then they took Phelps and then they took Bolts, and they had like this. They were deciding because they
Yeah.
won 2 majors, etc. And then they had like a lot of players coming up and coming in and out in the team. But yeah, that was a lot like that, and that was not easy for me at least. That was not easy to be in that shit.
Even though, like, if we're coming away from looking at what you did with Envy and then going into the G2 that you said obviously wasn't working, it was still 3 trophies,
Yeah.
despite it wasn't working. Like, is that down to the raw skill, or was there times where it was better than it was bad?
The only problem is at that moment, this team was made to win everything, not to win
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
trophies. We won, and we didn't win the most important trophies. We won DreamHack Tour, EPL season 6, 5, I don't remember.
5.
5, yeah, and the DreamHack Mamo. So they were good
Mhm.
good tournaments, but they were not the biggest tournament. And yeah, so that was not the best one. In majors we failed. Like we did a group stage exit in Krakow and a quarter in Boston. So
Mhm.
like yeah, it was not enough. And as I said, like this team was made to win more. And by the way, also like just to come back, I was just thinking about it on the individual side. The only thing I miss and I would have loved have is HLTV MVP. I never got one. I was
Really?
like maybe 5 or
Yeah,
6
I
times
saw.
second in my career, but never got an MVP. Never. I was like,
Do you think you will get one in your current team?
lol.
Oi, Ropz is already wondering when he'll get one, let alone apEX.
Imagine that Ropz says himself, I'm never gonna get an MVP. So apEX, the 32 years old guy, can say, I might get an MVP.
Hey, if you have a few more performances like the Austin Major Grand Finals, you do that across a playoff. That's it's not out the realm of possibility.
Yeah, but I need to do that on a
You have to sacrifice, make a call to sacrifice them all the time.
Actually, I said that this morning. I said, okay, guys, just to tell you, we won everything, so I'm fine with this year. So now the only thing I want is play good myself to be in the top 20, to be the oldest player to be in the top 20. So good luck, everyone. ZywOo, you will have a lot of needs in pistol, and you're gonna sacrifice for me.
Could it actually be possible? Let's look at it this way, right? With the year you guys are having, just say you win the rest of the tournaments like you're doing, all the ones you enter. You personally, though, could be within the top 20.
I heard like the
Like,
HLTV guys talk in the HLTV confirmed, and
yeah,
they were saying that it's already like tough for Mezii to be in, even with 108.
Oh, really?
Yes. Because
Really?
they can't really like as a pure stat, like in a way, and also like the impact you have on the server, like not because you're a support that you make win rounds, but in a way that you are a multi-fragger or whatever.
Yeah.
And me, I think the worst. They said the worst guy last year was I am in 109, and I think I'm 103 this year. So like
Okay.
it's not enough, and I understand. I'm fine with it. I mean, it's just a fun joke I have, and
Hey,
and
you're winning IGL of the year anyway.
I hope so. And but the thing is, I won't deserve it. Like actually, the fun part for me is I have a 1-0 run in before playoff and 1-0-8 in playoff this year. So I'm better
Yeah.
in playoff than group stage. But yeah, that's the way it is. Like it's so good. I don't care being top 20. My hope is just my 4 players to be in the top 20 and win anchor of the year, closer of the year, not entry because don't exist. Team of the year and AVP of the year and the coach of the year as well. So everything besides entry and poor shower.
I think you're all on the path to that.
Yeah,
I
hope
think you're
so.
all gonna get some kind of award this year.
Yes, I hope so.
It's a very special year, and we'll come on to that a bit later because let's start with this coming into Vitality, the first ever Vitality, because this was a French organization, not just about them. They are French born and bred, right? When that initial offer came to you, did you know the size of Vitality, the things they expected, like the level that this team was going to bring? Because obviously before Counter-Strike, I didn't know of them.
I think even apEX was the one that went to them.
Okay. So little story. I will explain the story because
let's go.
Like the prison right now could have been so much different than what it is. What happened back then is we got NBK and me got banned from G2.
Yep.
Envious, they stopped the lineup.
Yeah.
A bit at the same time, and NBK and me we talked together, and we said that we still want to play together. So we want also APK. Back then, he was like
the tank,
the best player in Envy. He had a really good 2017 year. Heard like he worked on his struggle. He was really ready to work, and he was like understanding that he got lucky, like to still be here, etc. And then I said, yeah, I mean, we need to take this new prodigy. I'm pretty sure he's gonna be pretty good. ZywOo, I want to play with him. And the fifth guy, I have no idea. But what's happening is NBK really wants. Back then, we also had like faculty. He was a coach.
He was your first coach.
Yeah. And they really wanted Happy. For them, it was like but not being the IGL. And me back then, I said, I don't think it's a good idea. So I don't want to play with him.
So what MBK was IGL, right?
Yes, exactly. So what happened is, okay, like the NBK in a way said, okay, I would prefer Happy than you, so fine. Go here, go away, and we take Happy. Okay?
Really?
So they asked Jax to take my spots. And he was in 3D Max back then. And this retarded guy, one of my best friends, by the way, I love him.
But we all love Jax.
My dumb friend said no, because he wanted to keep playing with the guys. So they came back to me and asked me again. But they had no hawk back then. So anyway, it will not have been anything. But yeah, and on the side, I was texting Neil, telling, it would be nice to arrive, etc. And I told him, because he was not sure if we wanted French, because he also heard like about the French rumors, the French shuffle.
The dramas.
I was also like thinking of doing like a international lineup back then with Woxic, Issa as well. ZywOo in the lineup. I mean, it was a bit of everything, and in a way, it was the I told him, I think maybe the French lineup will be better and extra. So I went back then in Paris. Vitality was not that big back then. It was like mostly Call of Duty. They also had like the League of Legends slots as well. But it was like a growing hog. And I went to Paris on the old office. I had a meeting with like the partnership manager and with Neo, the one of like the co-CEO. I mean, he's not CEO anymore, but whatever. And we talked together, and everything started from there. I had to buy out me and BK from G2. I had to buy out ZywOo from AAA, and APK and Happy were free, and we started like that.
So I got to ask this then. Did you know Neo before? Like you just hit him a message and said, I want to talk to you about this. Like, how did this go? Because it's not often a player's the one making this magic happen.
Yeah, I mean, we were texting each other on Twitter. He knew about my name, of course. I knew about Vitality, and I told him in a way that I will be like really happy to play for French Hawk for one of the first time for a long time. Always wanted to do that, and I always felt like that was a good shit to do. And yeah, then magic happened in a way.
That's brilliant. And obviously, the key person within this, right, ignoring all the other players with the history, is ZywOo, because
Yeah, for easy.
everyone everyone knows what he was supposed to do, but like, were you? I don't know. Were you that confident? Was it like you instantly knew from being able to see him how good he was going to be? Or was there a small risk?
Everyone thought he was going to G2, I think, at that point, right?
Yeah, but G2, they were also scared that he was cheating. And the problem is they were... And also, ZywOo wanted to finish his school before joining a team as well.
Yes, always. I remember that.
So what happened is, okay, this young guy, I will never expected him to be the best player in the world. Like, no way. But I remember the first time I practiced with him, I'm like, okay, this guy, I have nothing to teach him individually. Like, nothing. The guy knows everything. Like,
and how old is he then? He's 16?
17.
17.
Yeah, like nothing to teach him. Like the guy, we can say whatever we want about other players, etc. But for me, his game sense is beyond everything. Like everyone says, so smart. Like, you know, Simple is, I mean, he's known to be smart, but also flashy player.
Crazy.
Big flick shots, extra. ZywOo will win the same clutches, but with maybe a bit less flick shots in a way. A bit less flashy, but he will still win it. And like,
it look easier.
What?
It will look a lot easier when ZywOo does it.
I mean, everything. Like, so much stuff I was like just watching and like, okay. But on the communication side, on the team play, etc., of course, he had a lot to learn. But that was okay. I mean, that was not a problem in a way. I was like, yeah, this guy will be maybe one of the greatest French player, but I would never have imagined that he would have been like maybe the GOAT of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and
bro, I remember playing ZywOo with a mix. It was like Kyoshima, I think ZywOo was playing. I was playing with some random like mixed Swedish team. I think I was playing like maybe with Pronax and some other like Swedish guys just for fun. And I remember we were like 14-10 up on Overpass. And we are struggling to get rounds because ZywOo is sitting there with like 52 frags on the other side. And he eventually just destroys us and they win 16-14 on Overpass. Like,
welcome to ZywOo world.
Any peak you took, it didn't matter. You were changing timings in your head. You were changing everything. He's sitting there holding you, bang, headshot. Like, you could do nothing.
But that's why I understood he was not cheating. Because he was, I could see he was smart. Like, he wasn't like cheating. He was just being smart. What he was doing was being smart.
And doing it so calm as well. I remember when you were first watching him, and the way you were describing, right, of Simple and ZywOo, the way I say it, Dan, is that if I'm going to tell people you want to look at two great players and you want to be, don't try and copy what Simple does. Copy the way ZywOo is playing, because Simple will go for some of this insane stuff that sometimes doesn't make sense, but ZywOo's winning the rounds from understanding the situation, reading the situation, almost playing it like perfectly, correctly in as many ways as possible.
Yeah, but he understands everything faster than anyone. Like where to look. Of course, insane skill, but in a way, of course, sometimes you're impressed by his skill, but it's not what makes ZywOo great. It's just what he does in the game and the decision he makes. Unlike
I think his rotation sometimes in clutches,
exactly.
I see him just running straight away to like, I don't know, maybe it's a Mirage or something. They are out, bomb is dropped. He's running from mid where he killed the bomb on A site, and all of a sudden he can run B. And he just reads the player, and the T player goes CT to B, and ZywOo's already there.
Yeah.
And it's just like, how do you make this read so cleanly and so instinctively, you know? Because
there are only 2 or 3 players in my career that whenever I saw them with the confidence in the round, I knew they will win 1v2 or 1v3. I think Ropz, ZywOo, and Kenyas are the 3 that, okay, when I was watching it with the confidence, I just could see in the way they were making decisions, I'm like, okay, the run is won. We win it. For sure is win.
It must be crazy. I mean,
It's good. It's good.
the only like obviously the two players that I've seen and spotted like up close and played with to some degree. Flasha was one of those players where I just what is he thinking? How can he think like this and do what he's doing? You know?
Lifting his mouse.
Yeah, lifting his mouth.
We had to get that one in.
Olof had a little bit of that as well, you know.
Yeah.
But I think Flasha was more about outsmarting and trusting his instincts so much that it didn't even make sense when you try to deconstruct it.
Yeah, for sure. He was that player. I remember that. I was also remembering like we played a lot also against him, and he fucked me a few times.
Yeah, you have some moments.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
Now, looking at this, right, you spoke about Faculty being the first coach that was on that Vitality lineup. He lasted just over a month, and then XTaz comes in. Was this a bit of your doing? Was this him not just fitting the bill as much? Like, what was it there?
First of all, Faculty was scared of planes.
So you can't do that.
Yeah, it's tough to do that job. And this guy is we talk a bit less, but we used to talk a bit more back then. And he's a really he's a passionate guy about Counter-Strike and football. He wrote books that are known actually in football. How to become a great manager or something like that. Where he interviewed like Jose Mourinho and some like really insane and
amazing.
He's really like passionate about everything. But in a way, the way he is was not enough to be a coach. And also like that scare of plane was tough. I remember taking the plane with him for the enhancement in Vitality, and that was a nightmare for him. So yeah, it was a tough moment. But at least he helped us to grow the lineup. He's a great guy, so I can't go against everything he is done anyway. But yeah, and when Ixtad came in, everything like changed. Everything changed because we had back then we were on a 3-loser. Like we had open qualifier for the minor, or for the close qualifier of the minor back then, because it was open qualifier, close qualifier, minor, major. And we lose 3 in a row, and we on the fourth one, and on the fourth one is there, and we go through on the last one. So yeah, I mean, for me, what I've said is Xtaz and ZywOo saved the French scene for 3 more years, but at some point that was not enough.
Yeah. We'll get to that point.
We'll definitely get to that point, because before even that happens, right? Obviously, Happy goes from the team. I believe he was the first one to go.
Yeah.
You've got Alex coming in as well.
Yeah.
And then does Alex take over IGL straight away at that point?
No, it doesn't.
So still a bit of MBK.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so still MBK.
Yes, it's full MBK for like 4 months, I think, something like that.
And then there's just the decision to change IGL, or MBK doesn't want to do it.
Once again, even though Alex is not entirely French, he's half French for sure, because of all the mess we had. No, okay. The problem we have is at some point what we do on T side is not good enough. Like the way NBK is coding is not good enough back then. So what we decide is Alex taking off on T side and NBK on CT side, and NBK was still the captain, but they were like in a way fighting to each other, like who wanted to be the captain or not, and that was the toughest part. They were, no, it's me the captain. It can't be you. You're like that, but no, but you can't be. Okay, like it was a mess. But that's the moment where both started to be to be IGL on the side, that we started to get better. Because whenever we did that, we had like a 3 weeks or a month preparation with a boot camp to go to Summit. We win CS Summit. We lose DreamHack Dallas in quarter to Furia, and then we go to ECS finals in London, and we win them. We win like ECS final, and yeah, at that moment, like the team is great, and I remember like during that time between ECS and we had Cologne. Remy Xtas called me and tell me, okay, Alex wants to bench himself. I'm like, what? What the fuck? start to get good result, and this happens. And yeah, because NBK didn't want to leave the leadership, and for him, yeah, I mean the captain, and he was not a good captain, so he wanted to just bench himself, and he didn't feel good to be in the team, and etc. So we tried both him and me, I mean Exas and me, to try to do everything. So whenever we arrived in Cologne, Extas came and said, "Okay, no, we don't have captain anymore. You just two IGLs, so we do it without captain." We go to the Cologne final. We lose to Liquid. That Liquid that was like almost unbeatable.
Yeah.
And yeah, and we go to ESCA to qualify for repeat after, and Chicago. And Remy still say to Alex that let's fight until the end of the year. Let's try to give our best, etc. And then we go to the Starladder Major, and everything falls apart in a way, like the way people are with each other. And Alex is really done with the NBK. Say in a way, he says it's him or me, and we have to make a decision. And we decide to. I mean, the coach decides to bench NBK to bring Shox. And that's what I said before. I think if you look at my stats of the first part of the year until Shox joins, I'm really like a good. Like I think I have 110, 111 rating. I'm pretty sure I would have been the top 20 players that year. If we keep like that, of course. I mean, but whenever Chuck joined, I was actually against Chuck joining because we went away from all those problems, and Chuck was also like he's known as a princess, like a diva Shox, etc. And I knew the team would be different. I knew I would have like less space, and I couldn't be myself as much as I could. And for the first time in my career, I could find like a way to play CS and enjoying it, and not having too much problem on that area. But whenever I joined it, I dropped down. At least our result didn't drop down that much. But
so did you have to change like position spots, everything to kind of suit that Shox change?
A bit, yeah, a bit in a way. A bit. I had to change positions. I was actually the lurker on overpass on B.
Really?
I was playing aggressive.
But to be fair, that is a very aggressive role.
Exactly. So I liked it, and I was good at it.
Yeah.
And I was actually my favorite. But whenever he joined it, they wanted to give him the spot because it was Shox. It was Shox, and yeah, I got removed everything, and also like in the space in the game, not only in my position but in the way he calls, and also like the scrum started between Alex and Shox after that. Of course.
So just traded.
Yeah, it was just a trade, and yeah. So that was a pretty rough, to be honest. Like Alex was. I thought finally I could find an IGL that was like me, hardworking, understanding also because he was an entry fragger before. Yeah, I was actually like a role model for Alex before he joined Vitality. For him, he was like watching my demos and feeling like okay, that was the way he wanted to play, etc. And also whenever he joined it was actually really good. I was actually loving. It was one of my best IGL for a couple of months. And then everything started to go down where he worked a bit less. He was like not listening to feedbacks we gave him. Like I was not happy on certain things, and he didn't listen to me. And actually, I never said it in an interview, but he told me a phrase, a sentence that I will always remember. I'm not sure when it was, but he said it not only once. I was saying something to him. He said, you don't understand because you will never be an IGL."
Whoa!
Shots fired.
Sounds like a very British comment, to be fair.
Hey,
Full Brits.
whoa.
It's called the friendly fire.
Careful now.
But yeah, he told me that sentence, and I was.
Did you ever send him a message back?
No, we still actually we saw each other last year, and it was in Wembley, for Blast finals in London. But no beef. I mean, we had good times and etc. And in CS and everything, like everything goes wrong sometimes, etc. And it was actually he was on a bad spiral in a way. He was just he was happy to succeed, and I was happy as well, and I was the first one to be happy that he succeeded. But in a way, like sometimes he was just thinking he was too much of like for me, what's important in CS is always feel you can't feel unreplaceable. You always have to feel on. My goal is to be unreplaceable, but on the next day I can be replaceable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
like of course, right now, if we talk right now, Vitality can't change me. But tomorrow, you're not sure. So I need to work my
Yeah.
way to be irreplaceable. And that was always been in my head, this sentence. So when I see Alex, it's a bit what he didn't follow. At some point, he was like, for sure, like such an important piece of the team and etc. But
Well,
like it changed in a bad way, unfortunately.
can I ask this then with Alex's leaving? Because the
Tell me.
story that came out, right,
Yeah.
was him leaving because he didn't want to do the travel and stuff.
It's
Was that full
it's half
truth?
true. It's half true. Yeah.
Okay.
So what's happened for Alex is yeah, he wanted to be a pro. He worked his ass off, etc. But Alex also had a stomach pain. I don't know what
It's like
exactly.
similar to Get Right.
Exactly, I
Or...
think it's something a bit similar. So of course, when you're a professional player, having that was really tough. Like he went a lot to toilets before games. He had to go, and everything went really bad in that sense. But in that side on that side. So yeah, it was like a bit up and down, and sometimes really down. So this affected him a lot, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But then also you had like of course the travel, because 19 was probably the hardest year I ever had in terms of
It was
travels.
crazy.
Because also us, when we started the year, we were no one, so we did all the qualifiers, etc. But we qualified to everything. We accepted every invite, and we arrived to a point where we accepted too much, but we had to go. So yeah, it was a really difficult year. So he didn't want to leave that again.
I also add, like back then, was it still like, okay, some of the tournaments were like really like hard on like you do not leave the booth until the game is over on some tournaments. Like you couldn't even go to like a bathroom break between maps at some tournaments if the schedule
Yeah,
was late.
back then, yeah, for example, ESWC was like that. But I don't remember that in 19. I don't think so. It was like that. I don't think so. But it was just too much travel, and also one of the truths is also he met his first, like I think, really girlfriend, and he still is with her. So I guess it was worth.
Oh,
And
that worked out.
I'm really happy for him on that side. And I think this also went like in a way to feel a bit also not wanting to stay. And also on our side, to wanted him to kick him because he was not doing enough. It was like, I remember like a little anecdote in Blast, the first black groups we had on LAN. So that was in London. Yes.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, the first one there. And Alex, at some point we searched for Alex everywhere, and one of the security guy he say, "Oh, I talk about like this guy, etc." He say, "Oh, he's there with his girlfriend," and like yeah, it was like not being with us, being with his girlfriend. So everything fall apart, and he was just. And also we had a performance team that was working with us, and he was not happy with them. So we had no choice. Even though he wanted to leave in a way, even though he didn't want to leave at that time, I say we because it's Vitality, but we decided to we will have to bench him anyway. So that's like the true story behind that.
Okay, and then the crazy thing was with this though, right, where he said, because obviously now we know more. You've told the other truth of the other side. When I looked at it, it was like he went because of no travel, and then we had COVID.
Yeah.
Like COVID literally
Yeah.
hit the next few months later, and I'm thinking this is just the most unlucky crossover. But it sounds like it would have happened anyway.
Exactly.
Anyway,
that's
so
what
yeah,
it
so
was like
doesn't matter.
in the statement. In the statement, that was what was written, but that was not completely the truth. And it's the case on a lot of statements anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Those things are a little bit different in there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, and then so this is the point where I want to understand, what did the conversation look like for you to then take over IGL? And obviously, this is a massive step up for you.
Yeah.
Was part of this fire the fact that he said you'd never be IGL?
No, of course not. I'm not an ego guy.
I'll prove him. I'll prove it wrong.
Like, I will do it.
Yeah, not really, not really. No, yeah. Okay, when we bench him in a way, I know it will maybe will be my time to shine.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Xtaz will not ask Shox because emotionally is he was I'm in the emotion I'm tough as well, but it's a different way from Shox. Like he
Yeah.
really like it will be too bad. So I know already that it might be me, but I hide it in myself. I'm like, yeah, maybe, but let's see or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever it arrives, because that's the thing, whenever it arrives, that's Remy asked me, I think that it's your time to shine.
Okay.
And I don't want to jump into it straight away. I say, okay, leave me 2-3 days. I need to reflect about it. I don't want to make a quick whatever. And but with everything happened, also with I lost a bit of confidence on the second half of the on 2019, as I told you, as individual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe it's my time to do that. Maybe it's my time to be an IGL. And so yeah, I said, okay, I'm trying it. Let's see in 6 months where we are, because I didn't want to be like the guy trying it forever and not succeeding. I'm like, maybe, and
Yeah.
then maybe I'm gonna do something else, and that's life. But I want
Well,
to be able to start and see how it goes.
how did you reflect back on any of the, like, even the stories you've told today, where you were like sitting with Kenny, you're fixing stuff, how to play and how to support and help? Do you
Yeah,
feel like these are references that you brought? Okay, I can do this, because it sounds very similar to the job that you will eventually be doing.
yeah. Also, what I'm not, what we were not saying since the beginning is I always been like secondary leader in all my teams. Always been
Yeah.
the guy trying to up and create strategies on the side and say coming and say, oh, I have a new strat and a new flash. Always been really good with nades. A little anecdote that in back in 2010, 11, when we talked about winning like my first event with 3D Max against Vera Games, I skipped school to create strat with my IGL.
Oh.
So that's I go on the
Yeah.
server on source and I create new strat on new maps, etc.
There was
So
no YouTube videos back then. It was all
no, like,
completely.
oh, this smoke is nice. You have to create it by yourself. No
Yeah.
jumps
Mhm.
through as well. So yeah, I always love the strats, and so during all my years, I was that. And in a way, for example, in 14, in 13, when I'm in the LDLC and we start to get better and better, like credit comes on Happy on strat, but I know I'm creating half of them as well with him because I love that. I
Mhm.
love doing it. We were really good at doing it with each other. So it
Yeah.
always been a thing. So yeah, when I arrive, I know like my first thing was I always said it in few interviews, but the first thing when I become the IGL, I can't sleep for like 2 weeks. I fall asleep at 8 in the morning because
Wow.
I'm thinking too much of what I want to do, and I'm taking
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
phone, going on the notes, say, okay, this track will be nice, what I could do, blah blah. It was a mess in my head. The first time ever, it was such a mess. That was really
But
Pure
really
you
hard.
put
chaos.
that pressure on yourself, I imagine.
Yes,
Like, I
of
have to
course.
do something great. I have to do something
I want
great.
to be good. I want to be good,
Yeah.
and as we said, like about the giving up, and no, I'm gonna give my best to be the best version I can. And maybe it's not suited for me. Maybe it's not for me. You never know.
Yeah.
But I need to try my best. I need to be like, for me, no regrets. That's the most important.
Yeah.
No regrets. So that's the way I start to be the IGL and trying to find a way to be good.
Where does this mentality come from? Before, like, does it come from before you were a CS player, from parents, maybe your
Yeah,
upbringing or something as well?
my mother.
Okay.
My mother is a hardworking person, and and my grandmother as well. Uh, the first thing I will start with my grandmother because I mean she's not there anymore. It's been 7 years. She died. I mean it's normal. It's a normal path or human being, I would say.
Yeah.
As
So
we get older, sadly, yes.
exactly. But my grandmother lived the Second World War, and as we are from the
Wow.
northeast of France, we were taken
Yeah.
by
Oh.
the Germans. So she lived like a really rough life. Lost parents at
Hmm.
9 years old. A lot
Bloody
of
hell.
like crazy stuff that I would maybe never live, And so in a
Mhm.
way, my grandmother taught me to hardworking because she had also 10 children and 10
Oh,
kids.
wow.
So, But whenever I think, and whenever it ended at 41 years old, she came back to work because she had to feed her family as well. So
Yeah.
she was just like a powerful woman, like you'd never seen in a way. She
Yeah.
was like just a crazy woman that I was looking at. I was listening to her stories during the Second World War, where she had to steal to hit. She has to steal bread, etc. Where
Yeah.
my life is easy and etc. So in a way, I was like, whenever I'm complaining about stuff, I'm thinking about my grandmother, and I'm like, no
Yeah.
way, you can't complain because you live a good life. So that's
Yeah.
the first part of it, and then my mother taught me to be a hard worker. She at some point in her life she had to work where she was helping my old step father, and
Mhm.
she had her whole job. She was working probably within 80 and 100 hour per week past 2 week. I was too much in CS.
Yeah, the CS brain.
Steam in his mind.
Exactly.
Everyone else in the world is talking weekly or monthly hours.
Exactly.
We're 2 weeks, 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks. Stop 1 week. So yeah, and yeah, she always told me you have everything by work and by hard working, and
Mhm.
so I became like that thanks to her. It's just like the way I was educated. So yeah,
Yeah.
it come from her for sure.
Oh, wow.
What great examples, which obviously
Yes,
have helped you shape you, grind through all of this, why
I
you've never given up, and it.
my behavior as well. It's my mother.
Yeah.
It's my mother.
She's as emotional as you
Yes,
are.
she's
Like,
really emotional.
yeah.
She's
Uh-huh.
really really emotional. Like if she can cry and maybe laugh in within 5 minutes.
It's very nice to learn this and understand where it comes from in it. And
Yeah.
I guess you have such a close relationship with your mum now.
Yes, really close.
Yeah.
In France, we say, yeah, dogs don't make cats, you know. So it means that just, you are the son of your parents.
Yeah.
It's like the
Yeah.
apple don't fall far from the
Far from the
tree.
Yeah,
tree.
exactly,
Yeah.
Yeah.
exactly.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's
All right. So
sorry.
no, go.
No, yeah, just yeah, that's the French way to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I like these little differences between the French and
Yes.
the English ways of doing it. We enjoy this. I also want to say this, right? You use the word mate a lot, but you did this before you had Mezii on the team as well. So you've taken a bit of British into your
I'm not sure
lingo.
I did it too much before. Maybe
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I just remember you using it for such a long time now. Maybe it was just the time that Mezii was there.
Actually, maybe I don't know. I don't remember when I started. I have a good memory, but maybe not for that. So I called him Fellas because I'm watching also some TV shows. So it's just
But it's a funny thing to say. It's like when you hear a British person say water, it's like, water.
this is something we say water.
Yeah.
Water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to get my water and that's it. That's
Yeah.
it.
Exactly.
At all times. All right. So coming back onto the CS side, I'm going to look at the end of Vice. Obviously, you've got into IGL mode, right? And this is basically the last good French team we're going to get on the very elite level until obviously we come to more recent times. But it's you guys were trying to save things here because Masuta, Kyojin, Navira's the sixth man at one point as well. You're going through COVID and all this stuff. And I remember in 2021, right, you were always battling against Navi. Like,
And losing. It's not batting. It's always
I don't
losing to
okay.
Navi.
I didn't want to say just losing, but
It's
yeah, it was a
fine.
lot of these exit interviews I was doing with you at this point, and it was a lot of struggles. But how much of do you think it plays into the fact that the younger talent wasn't up to scratch for what you guys needed? Like, what does it come down to as why you weren't able to be there? Because obviously, eventually, it moves away completely from the French teams.
Yeah. To start with, I think I'm everyone takes COVID like lightly in a way, but for me
Yeah,
it's a really important moment. It's where I start to be the agile. That's why
yeah,
I also wanted to do really well, because if I didn't do well in COVID as a first time at IGL, I would not have continued as IGL. So for me, COVID moment is really important. And in a way, with this lineup, I'm not the one you talk, but the one before with Mizuta, RPK, Shox, and
yeah,
ZywOo, we arrived to be the best team in the world. We do six final in 2020, and
yeah,
we win some, etc. So for me, just to tell you, it's a really important moment of the beginning of my career as IGL. But then yeah, we arrive in 2021. APK is starting to play worse and not really Like, it doesn't work to play anymore. It's too much
Okay.
for him. He's tired of everything, so we have to replace him. And back then, actually, I said it, but yeah, we do a really huge mistake to take Kyojin, because
Mhm.
Vitality don't have much money. It's a COVID moment. Not many orgs
Yeah.
have, but we could get a better player than Kyojin at that moment. It's not his fault, but he had no experience in tier 2, in tier 3 already. So how could he
Yeah.
jump in tier 1 in one of the best team in the world? That was a mistake.
I mean, I even remember you were playing. We were Godsent at the time. I was coaching them.
Yeah,
I remember even playing you guys on like I think ESL Pro League or something
yeah.
like this. We're playing Nuke, and I think every single demo I checked, it was just let's go inside.
Yes,
Kyojin is holding inside.
exactly.
He was like he was not ready to hold inside against like tier 1 executes or stuff like this.
I was getting
You could
crazy,
see he
mate.
was
I was
lost.
getting crazy. Like, I was like, what the hell is going on? So yeah, as you said, like, and when you think about, yeah, we lost to Navi, but with this lineup, what could we have done? We
Yeah.
played one of the prime Navi, on the best Navi
Yeah.
lineup. Like,
Definitely.
individually, Perfecto, the best ankle, really solid, triple kill on the left, really passive but really good. Simple prime 2021. Um, Electronic, top 5 in the
Yeah.
world, beat the young guy, destroying everyone. We have
Headshots left, right, center.
and us in a way. Of course, we have ZywOo, really good.
Yep.
Me, I think I'm still decent, and they have of course Boom Lab, that is also a good IGL and a decent individual player. But yeah, we
Mhm.
have if we take players one by one, if we take like Mizuta against Electronic, Kyojin against Perfecto, um, Electronic Beat against Shox that time, of course we are
Yeah.
behind. Of
It's
course
it's a pretty huge difference actually.
I remember, we were in HLTV Awards at the end of 2023, and I was talking with Electronic, and I say, my mates, we talked about that year. I'm like, but what could we have done? Like, I remember doing great calls. We go on the bomb sites where there is only one player, and we lose 3 guys. Like,
Yeah.
sometimes you can't do better. I mean, yeah, I was reflecting, and we didn't have just the right players to do it. And still at the major, when we play them, it's a close game. It's 16-11, 16-13. Like, and we could have won nuke at that one. But yeah, we lost maybe 6 times in a row in 2021. But
Yeah.
I would
I
like,
mean, that's the fun part about Counter Strike. You can make the perfect call, and you can get absolutely smashed in
and the
Counter
other way
Strike.
as well. You can make the
Yeah.
worst call. I remember we go on the bomb site. There are 3 or 4, and we kill all of them. Yeah, it's not a good call from me, but you guys just stepped up.
Yes.
So that's it.
Yeah.
It's I mean I was doing a basketball, but yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, this Navi was just so much better than us. That's it. Like, we couldn't just fight against them. We tried, but we just couldn't. They were just smarter, better individually, better team, everything.
And then obviously we get towards the, I don't know, we probably go to the bit where Xtaz leaves, right?
Yeah.
Because if you remember, it was me and you at the world final.
I remember pretty
And
well.
yeah, your memory's good. But I even watched this clip back before we did the interview. And I just remember seeing your face and how you go off to, I think I just kind of stopped the interview. I just gave you like 2 quick
Yeah.
questions. I saw how emotional you are and let you go with it. But why was that such a painful? Because obviously we knew what was coming, right? The organization had told you we're not being French anymore, right? There was no more of this. And it wasn't like you had a choice in it, but there was big changes coming. It was all very public about what was happening, but it was such an emotional moment for you. Can you just explain to me the feelings of it and why it was so painful of knowing what was coming? Because obviously most people will look at it and say, well, look, they had so many second places. They were fighting very well, but obviously
But
it doesn't end
also,
with the
how
trophies.
long before did you guys know, like in the team, that this
Yeah.
change was coming?
We didn't know. We knew it after the major. Whenever the major
Oh, really?
ended,
After Stockholm.
yeah, Neo came
So
in Secom, so our boss, and told us
Mhm.
the next day.
But then you had like 6 months of playing still with that team, right?
No, 6 months. No, it was the major
No.
was
Oh,
it was
October,
1 month.
November. It was October, November.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't summer major.
We
Because
just
we only
did
had one
yeah,
major that year.
yeah, exactly. We did only 3 tournaments after,
Yeah.
and in a row. By the way, we did a month
Yeah.
Yeah.
all together. in a row to finish the season. But yeah, first of all, why I went crying, because I'm emotional. So it goes both ways. Sometimes I'm really mad. Sometimes I'm really happy. Sometimes I'm really sad. That's just the way I am. And even when Counter Strike, I think in life I'm less like that, but in Counter Strike I'm a lot like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was sad that everything was ending, and actually I also cried when Zonic left, even though it's not public, but that's something
Oh,
on our last talk. Because first of all, Xtaz was like the guy that was coaching our team for 3 years. I
yeah.
was really close with him. He helped me to be the IGL. Also, I am today. He helped me a lot at the beginning to yeah, just make me grow, and he's part of my success as well, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I got a lot of emotional. It was a end of an era, everything. I think it was just I was maybe handling it for a long time, and that one was just the too much at that
The
moment.
end.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously this marked the end of the last top tier French team as well.
Yeah.
Was that something you were sad about, maybe took more personally being the IGL, that you couldn't make it work with the full French team?
As well, yeah. I tried, and I just tried to give my best, but couldn't make it. And I remember a little thing about we at the end of like our last tournament, I think we had the restaurant. We just drinking a last drink together with all the whole team, and
Yeah.
we see Kyojin is really sad in a way, because he's the only one in the team that didn't find a project. Shox was already like close to Liquid signing at the time.
Yep.
X-Ties was really close with G2 signing, so we were all good for the next year, but him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I told him this sentence. I said, I know it's painful, but in the way it was too early for you. That's for sure. But you need to be happy that happened, and not be unhappy that it stops.
Yeah.
So I just told him like, yeah, you lived a fantastic moment, and that's what you have to remember. Not the ending, but that happened. And yeah, and I just remember that moment, and yeah, we couldn't just figure it out. We didn't have the right players to be able to not waste ZywOo Thailand as well.
Yeah.
That was also important. Where are all the haters that tell me I'm fucking a ZywOo carrier? Because I read that I read that a lot.
So Vitality make this decision, right? It's the end of the French team, and then we go into new Vitality, which is, it says like we add the Astralis trio, but it's only Magisk and Dupreeh. So Masuda stays, you stay, and ZywOo stays, right?
Yeah.
Magisk and Dupreeh come in, Zonic comes in, but it took a while for you guys to really get going. Yeah, it was. I thought 6 months off my memory, but if you're saying a year, I'm going to
And
say
you guys
you're
were
more right than me.
hyped. You were really hyped.
Yeah, it was like
really hyped.
We thought ZywOo with Zonic, apEX, all this new magic we expected to happen. Dupreeh and Magisk coming in as well.
Zero magic.
How hard was that transition from the inside?
Because I can imagine also like them coming with a new kind of way of playing, how they are
exactly.
comfortable.
So the first thing is also we didn't mention is Lars as well, the performance.
Can't forget that.
But the problem we had is on the first year, Lars didn't come to that many tournaments. In his contract, it was like a bit different. He had like job on the side as well. It was like he was doing more stuff, so he couldn't attend every tournament. So the first thing that's fucked us, and that's like some unlucky thing in life is at the really beginning, Zonic lost his mother.
Yes, I
and
remember.
that was a really painful moment for him. Really painful. I remember, I think for a couple of months after, he was still lost. I mean, he lost like someone that he never expected to lose. For him, she was probably a pillar in his life and helping him on a lot of stuff. And I remember we went boot camp in the first tournament online, because it was blast groups at that time, and he just announces that he lost his mother. And yeah, so this is the first thing that really didn't help us to get better. Second thing is the roles. We didn't have a lurker back then. We all know Magisk is not a lurker; he's not an aggressive player. So we really needed that lurker, and like this Mizuta and Dupreeh position when bzz, bzz, bzz all the time. So yeah, so that's where it started. So the first 6 months were a pure disaster. One playoff in the whole 6 months when we go to final and we lose to who? Navi. And we here we
Just
go
of course
again.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was really difficult, and that's the moment we decide to bring up Sphinx. Because
Yeah.
we really
Mhm.
needed a lurker at that moment, and he was like
Yeah.
the upcoming star from Ants, like being a really
Yeah.
good lurker, like a really good passive player, etc. So, and that's also the time where Zonic wants to put me in anchor roles.
Oh.
On not all of them, but on Nuke I was ramp
Mhm.
and I was B on
Yeah.
Mirage.
Yeah.
So that was also a tough moment for me because
And that's not the way you want to call, right?
yeah, I'm not a good.
Yeah.
It is really hard to be jumping B apps and calling CT size. I can tell you that. Like you have no
Exactly.
control of what's happening at all.
And also I'm a really like bad passive player.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I never played it in my world career, so for me that was really difficult. Like I will be better, for example, on A Mirage and on in a nuke than ramp and there. So
But A Mirage, you can at least like leave A and join con
and so
and
many
do stuff like
positions as
this.
well. On B
Yeah.
Mirage, like you need to jump, you need to they come once per side and you can't call as well. I mean everything is really rough there. For me, I
Yeah.
think it was rough, and then I didn't allow myself to do anything else. So yeah, that was tough. And we became Sphinx. It starts to be okay. We win the first trophy together in EPL. We
Mhm.
actually it's the tournament before the major, and at the major we struggle. But we were really close to go. I mean, for me, we just lose the most sport game where we 8-0 up on Mirage on T side, and we lose 19-17. It was a 1-1 game where first game we played Navi. They were one of the best team in the world. We lose in 16-14. Then we beat
Mhm.
FaZe. That was the best team in 2022. And then we arrived to Sport and we should have beat them and beat the 2-1 pool. We go to 1-2. We lose 2 ends in one overtime and 16-14 and GG. And our season
Yeah.
was a big disaster. As you said, the problem we had, the biggest problem we had is we tried to play the vitality style at the beginning, like my
Yeah.
Mhm.
style, but it didn't work out. Like the Danes were not like that. Like they were. It was really more structured than it way it was in Astralis because with Kierjin and Mizuta, I really had to go really structured,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they didn't like it. Also, Dupreeh is for me is not a pure entry fragger. He's not a FlameZ. He's a entry like
No.
he likes to entry in the.
It's like a lurky entry.
Yeah, he likes to be like Nico. He entries like
Mhm.
map control, but he will not go first on like when you finish on the bomb site, except if he
Yeah.
search. But like with Nathan running, he doesn't do that. So it was also a style I didn't know before. As IGL, I was still a new IGL in a way. I was not a new IGL, but I played my style for 2 years with French and English was fine, but the worst was probably to find our way. Our
But that
way.
must have been a really like tough challenge because you must start questioning yourself. Am I thinking Counter Strike correctly? What am I supposed to like switch up?
I
Because
I tried my best. I remember Zonic told me that I was working too much. I was trying my best
yeah,
to
Mm.
find out what we could do. What was the problem for us? Like I couldn't find it. I had no idea. And not to put because it was also my bad, but that year, to be fully honest, the two Danes were giving a bit less than they were supposed to do. They were a bit more
Mhm.
like lazy in a way. They were like we are because I think in Australis they were working, but they were working always in the same way and they knew what to do. And there they had to
yeah.
give more effort in the game. It was
Yeah.
important to give more because they were a first intentional team. They had to help me in some point and then didn't do it. So yeah, everything was pretty bad. And but what's crazy for me is that you're on HLTV on the team of the year with top 9, but who is the second best player in the world? So
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
like
was putting up numbers,
yes, exactly.
numbers every
And
single
people
time.
that year were like maybe should have been a Nico or Shiro. I don't remember who could have been second.
No.
But yeah, for me or Exile or whoever. But yeah, ZywOo was still second. But yeah, that year is the
Yeah.
most difficult year I had in terms of results and not understanding why. everything would fall
Yeah.
apart.
And the thing is, right, we obviously, there was so much expectations for this lineup, but I also want to touch on, you said about English. A lot of conversation was around ZywOo getting adjusted to English.
Yeah.
How was it was it as hard as they were making out? Was he struggling more with that?
No. Actually, I think you don't have to speak really good English to be a CS player in international team on a lot of stuff, and mostly for ZywOo. So what Zonic was saying is like, say the least you can, and whenever we dead, we speak for you. So
Yeah.
for sometime I
Yeah.
was actually a bit mad that he was not talking, and I was dying on the side because he was not talking. But that was a bit of Zonic rule, and after actually when he got like more fluent and everything got easier, I said, yeah, but now he still need to communicate properly. But yeah, that was the
Yeah.
idea at the beginning, and to let him like shine as an individual and speak the least he could.
Okay. And all right, so from here, right, Dupreeh's gone as well. I'm just going to look down the list.
No, before, no, because we have Paris still. We have Paris before. Like,
oh, yeah, we had Paris before
now,
that. Yes, yeah, true.
2023, we start the year with loss. So loss this year, like in 2023, okay, he comes to every event. So he's gonna be there at every
Yep.
event. So it's a big, also good thing for
So
us.
this is like a contractual change, an
Yes.
improvement for the team to help you guys get on track.
Exactly. And I remember we have a bootcamp without PC, something that Lars is doing just to put the plan of
Yes.
in the year, and we talk, and we all want to do so much better. We know we really fucked up that year, and we really want to show what we're capable of, and etc. So at that moment, everyone starts to work hard, like not the way they did in 2022, and start by blast groups. We qualify for the lands, I think, or maybe not. Actually, I don't remember, but I think we do. Then we go to final to Katowice. We go through the group stage, so second, like the third playoff together, and we do this big choke against Liquid where we 12-0 up on overpass and we lose the world game. So yeah, that was a tough one, but that was like, then he said it a lot, like the trust the process. We were on a learning stage. We came from so down in 2022 that we had to go through hard stuff while still working hard. Then I remember we were supposed to win that game because when we 12-0 and you choke, you are supposed to win. And then we go to EPL groups where we go with Jax, and that's actually a turning point for us where we are Dupreeh is gonna be a dad, so we let him like the time to just go home and take care of his girlfriend, wife, and his new kid. And we bring up Jax, and I remember saying to Zonic, I said, I know Jax is a good friend of mine. Let me call the way I want, and I know I'm gonna make it work because I know how to use him. So in a way, we played only fast, and I was like using good nades for him, and him entering being a pure entry fragger. Actually, he ended the group stage with like 119 rating or 120, which is really good. We also did the best comeback, one of the best comeback of all time against FaZe. Went 14 down on Nubis, doing 14-1 on the second side and winning it in overtime. I never expected to win that game. And then, yeah, of course, Dupreeh comes back, and we have a talk online where, in a way, finally we understand each other. Even though we talked a lot in a way, and but he didn't understand what I really wanted. What I really wanted is we're gonna play explosive sometime, and what I need for my entry is to go first and run with W. I can do it sometime, but we need to do like together. I need that from you, and whenever you're in map control, you have more freedom. But whenever I ask for an execute, you need to go first. You need to go first for the rest. And we understood each other in that way, and everything started to get better. Unfortunately, in this again in playoff, we play ends. I think we 14-10 up or something like that, or maybe not, but we lose 16-14 on the third map against ends, where we should never have lost once again. And
was this like the Vertigo or something
exactly,
like this?
exactly, it's the Vertigo. Yeah,
this was a crazy Vertigo game.
Exactly, and Nerds is having like a live game, and where it's smoked on the bomb site, and someone is really close to defuse, and he sees someone going on the right, he just shoot one tap into smoke, he one tap the guy defusing, and then he flicks the other guy like it was like in a way full luck, like
Insane.
etc. But
Yeah.
and we lose that game, and then it gets to a point where it's getting too much, like we're in the practice room, like saying to each other. I remember Dupreeh saying, "Yeah, we're not supposed to lose that game." He's right. We're fucking not supposed to lose that game, and it's getting too much in a way. Like 2 in a row, it's so fucking bullshit. But like the main goal is Paris, and we still have to work hard, to get into it.
Yeah.
And we go to RMR, we get to Legend stage, we go Rio, and we get our title, and then we go to Paris and we win it.
And let's look at this, right? So the last change of him coming in, did that, like coming in for more events, did that also make this conversation you spoke about with Dupreeh easier to have? Like, did that help you in some ways? Because obviously you spoke about Lars of developing you earlier when we were talking, but like, how much did that make this possible, these moments possible?
Yeah, I mean,
Because I think a lot of people, by the way, from fan perspective, just think sometimes performance coaches are overhyped, or they don't know enough, or they're not doing it. Like, explain to us how actual beneficial and real world this works for you.
They explain you with the right words and with the right experience how you need to deal with stuff, with your emotions.
Yeah.
It's also about understanding each other's points of view.
Exactly, listening to each other and being the guy between and trying to say, yeah, but this guy is not wrong, and you need to listen to him, and etc. Like just putting your mind to help the others, and also being a better teammate, and being ready also to face everything. And I remember for Dupreeh, the struggle, for example, was he always been a star in a way. Even though he was an entry, he was a star in Astralis. So now what we asked him to do is stop being like the star you were. Now you use it. We need you to sacrifice for the team. And what Lars did is to help switching from being one of the best rifler of all time at some point to the stat will be less good, but you need still to be happy in your life about that. And that's the way he helped us. The way he helped, for example, Dupreeh in that case.
That's a big one. That's a very big one.
I think it's interesting because I think a lot of people that haven't been and gone through this kind of conversation. It sounds so stupid and simple, like just solve it and talk. but it really isn't. Like it is about like trying to figure out, okay, these things he doesn't like because of this reason. How can we get away with this reason so he still can do it? And
accepting also is a way.
Yeah,
like accepting.
And it is so valuable because you don't have that much time as people think when you are a professional gamer, like grinding. You have so many other problems, trust me. You're trying to figure out that you don't have the time to smooch talk and figure everything out in these kinds of conversations. You just want it to happen now because we have other stuff to focus on.
Exactly.
You're in that stressed mode.
Yeah, it's and a new problem will arrive in 2 days as well. It's always the same.
And there was also this whole conversation around you guys. Your idea was to peak for the major, for Paris Major.
Yeah.
How had you ever done that before in this journey of trying to peak at the right time? Was this a brand new thing with Lars being there from the beginning of the year?
No, it was a new thing for me, totally new thing.
Okay.
I really remember that bootcamp without PC when we talk about Paris, and we know, in a way, we say, okay, Paris is our last chance to shine. Paris is the last chance. Vitality tell us you have until Paris. We won't change the lineup, but you need to show us something great there. Winning or go to final, I don't know. So what's happening is we talked together, and I remember Magic's saying, oh, I would be glad to go in quarterfinal through group stage. And like the bootcamp is the major is in my country. I'm like, and I tell him, do you think, Emil, do you really think that I'm gonna be fine to just go in quarterfinal in my home country? No way. I want to win it.
Also, when you've got a lot of major winners on your team,
exactly,
their mentality should be win the fucking major.
Exactly. And I say, no way I go to Paris just to win, to go through group stage. That's just the first step for me. I want to win the war shit. So yeah.
And it was the craziest major as well, because you went 3-0 to Legends, right? So straight through the playoffs. Then you don't drop a single map of them. Let me have a look.
Yeah,
You
0.
don't drop a single map, right?
I
2-0
also
into
went
the
to
Breach.
Legend stage.
You did go to Legend stage with the B&E boys. Didn't work out too well for you though.
Wow.
Failed against FaZe. You were known for beating in that. But
Where you were
apEX's journey
with?
was
What you were with?
Bad
B&E.
News Eagles.
Ah, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
We lost to 16-14 Inferno last map against FaZe
Ah,
to
yeah.
get eliminated.
They took
Yeah.
their revenge from Rio. That's why.
Yeah.
And your Paris run, I don't care about. You can only beat the teams in front of you, right?
I don't care
Obviously,
either, mate.
Yeah,
I want CCT
this bit
player.
doesn't
That's what I
matter.
know.
But you win your major in Paris. The crowd is amazing. Everything's epic. For you, at this time, especially now you're IGL winning a major, how much was this one better than Cluj? Was this one equal as Cluj? How do you
It's still
compare
better
it?
than anything, mate. It's better than Austin. Just
Really?
because it's Paris, because it's
Yeah.
because it's in front of my
Yeah.
mother, it's in front of my stepfather,
Mm.
it's in front of my best friend, it's in front of our Vitality fans. It was crazy. That was like,
By the way, it's the second best crowd, and I've done a lot of stages. The second best crowd ever of all time. It was incredible, and the only thing it was limited by was just the size of the arena. Because if it was a bigger arena, it would have still been filled out,
Yeah.
and it would have still been crazy. The fans that came, and this wasn't even just for you guys; it was for other teams as well.
yeah,
The energy in that arena. I remember standing there, and I can feel it. Like
the
I
Golden
can
Hornets.
feel it. Sometimes I can't hear.
600 people of Golden Hornets helping you to
Yeah.
feel that. For
Yeah.
sure.
With your face on the flag.
Yeah.
That's
that
the
wasn't in
golden
this
one.
That was in Cologne.
Oh, that was Cologne.
Yeah.
Okay, that was Cologne.
So what's the best crowd you ever been?
Antwerp.
Antwerp? Actually,
Antwerp,
So
yeah.
so
actually, it
I'll
was
say
also
why
the Golden
Antwerp.
Hornets as well being there.
Yeah,
and
it
making
was
the noise.
because of them a lot.
That's
So
funny.
I'll say why Antwerp was special, just for everyone to understand, is that Antwerp basically was at capacity at 18,000. And then I heard that they let even more people in for the grand final day. So it was rumored to be 20,000, but we've never had an arena of 20,000.
Okay.
And I remember standing on the Antwerp stage when FaZe won, my suit jacket was moving. Like it wasn't just my body, the sheer air, and it was super hot. Like we were sweating like crazy, but nothing will beat that. Not even a Rio one when Fury was playing. But my second one is definitely Paris. Then it goes into Rio. But it was
But
just
Antwerp one
something
was
wild.
amazing. Watching like the Golden Hornets with drums walking to the arena, like it felt like it was crazy.
Imagine we
was
were
so
not in
crazy.
playoff and they were still there making a
Yeah.
lot of noise.
That's one thing I'll give them credit for, is there's some fan groups who just disappear if their team's eliminated.
Talk about Rio. That's the best example.
Exactly. And that's the saddest part, is that I'll say this to all the Brazilian fans that ask me if we go back when we've been back to Rio for like when you won, or the other ones as well that weren't majors. And I'm like, if you guys just had even 60% of that energy still when your country team wasn't playing, you'd get so much more love. Because in European cities especially, and American now, even if it's not an American team or a European team, that energy still remains.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's so important for all of us, from the people working, from you guys playing. And it's something that we all live for and feed off. Like my best moments in my entire career are on stage in an arena that is loving every second of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
And I'm sure it's the same for you. So Paris, obviously, amazing. All the the very highest point. It was very highest point. And you've done it as an IGL now as well, which is obviously huge. Now I got to ask you this though, because you said no changes might come, right, if this was the case. Dupreeh still goes, and then FlameZ comes in. Now I know that FlameZ obviously didn't cost anything. A similar story to Ropz.
Yeah.
FlameZ's contract was running out. He played it very smart. I spoke to him back at Dallas, and he said, bro, I'm not sure what I want to do. He's like, oh, do you want me to re-sign? But if I don't re-sign, I might have a chance to go to a really good team. And obviously I'll be a free transfer. By the way, Vitality, most winning org on signing players for free. Like this is, and I'll say this, apEX, you are definitely part of the reasons being an IGL, but ZywOo definitely helps.
ZywOo
Like if you
effect,
say,
ZywOo effect.
yeah, it's like if you say this, some player will go, well, shit, they want me. I'll hold out all day long. I will wait and I will sign. And then, so you guys are actually winning for the org in signing players for free. Like it's printing money.
Yes.
And people I don't think people put enough credit on how good this move was because people just slammed it like, how are they going to remove Dupreeh? Oh, this is not the right decision, blah, blah, blah. But the potential in a young FlameZ he'd been on so many mixed, weird lineups on OG. You guys obviously saw what a lot of people who were in the know-how saw of this player, but like you were able to mold him, right? You were able to help his development so much into what you needed him to be.
Yeah.
But did you also take in consideration like who Flamey was as a person, personality-wise?
Yeah, of course.
Because he's like such an easygoing, funny guy.
Mate, when you go to even,
the best.
You know who he is. You know who he is.
Yeah.
Even though you're not in his team, you know who he is. He's like these Muppets running around. And he's gonna say hello to everyone. He changed a bit on that case, but at the beginning I was like, I think you're too friendly with the others. They are your enemies. I know you're living the life and I'm happy for you, but you need to be a bit more like, some people I'm fine, you are a friend with, but everyone, like, it's too much. And actually it changed in a way in that case. But yeah, to tell you, I didn't want to change Dupreeh.
Oh.
Because imagine working 1.5 years to find a solution where you finally found it.
Yeah.
And you don't know what's gonna happen if you change. That's scary. Yeah. That's what scared me. No, I understand the move, and thanks God we did it. But at that time, I don't want to. I'm scared. And it's Zonic making the Vitality making making the decision.
Okay.
But that's a good decision. Like bringing the future.
It's one for the future.
One of the guy that also fits perfectly to the roles the way we play. FlameZ is one of the guys that enjoyed the most playing with us. He lost to entry. We tried to set him in the best conditions, etc. So yeah, it's really important to do that.
I actually have a question that just got reminded because of FlameZ, right? Because I watched like a little bit of something that you guys seem to call Eyes in the Sky.
Yeah.
So that's talking when you're dead,
yeah.
and like how to help your teammates when you're dead.
Exactly.
When did that actually come into play for you guys, or you as a player?
Actually, we did it. I always wanted to do it when I became IGL, but Shox didn't like it. Shox never liked it. But the Danes, when they arrived, they said we definitely need to do that because it's something they were doing in Astralis. So yeah, that's that come from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. And so that's just the thing of not because the old way is like if you're dead, don't talk.
Right? Yeah, but it's essentially what you were doing with ZywOo in some sense, right?
But how much can you help?
For everyone.
Yeah, but how much can you help when you're dead? You have all the overview. You click 4 times mouse one, you see 4 guys, and you don't have the rule is except me. You don't have to say people what to do.
No,
you need to say, guys, make a plan. Guys, there is a gap there, or you Inferno. They are 2 pit and 2B. I tell them, guys, do something. Like gamble somewhere. It's not gonna work. Like no way we win this round. It's more this, not like making like plans for them. Just telling them like it's time to do something.
Or like if you're good in a setup after plant,
or telling them also, guys, you're perfect. It also gives this extra confidence. It can go both way, like on the good way, on the bad way. And for me, it's a really important stuff, and we do it all the time. Also in clutches, as you say, and also in sometimes me, I'm telling them if I'm dead to. Yeah, timing, you have a timing, or 2A, you have a timing, or because you see things like that, and it's really helpful for sure.
Yeah,
nice. And then we get into a weird stint because obviously after FlameZ joins, we then later in that year we see Zonic and Lars go to Falcons, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, this is more just a deal that I guess the organization can't stop from happening. I heard there was like the money issues, for example. It's a lot of money. It's quite funny. I was in Saudi and sat on a panel with Neo. There was the owner of the Falcons. There was the owner of G2, and they were all squabbling like children about who's selling what to Falcons and what they're arguing with at the time. So it was like Nico, Zonic, Lars. ZywOo's name got thrown into the mix. Obviously, Vitality would never let go of him. But was this something that you just had to deal with? There was no way you were going to be able to keep him.
They were running out of contracts as well, and the problem was it was a bit deeper than that, and that stuff I can't speak too much about it. But yeah,
That's fair.
but it was tough to lose them because once again we built something. We built something together.
Yeah.
We were just winning like this game as 8 back then, the old DWC, and we arrived to EPL and they announced us that they're leaving. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. You build a team and also like Zonic is also helped me to develop, and mostly I would say Zonic helped me more to develop as a human being, where Extaz helped me more to develop as a strategic leader.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how would you compare? Because I want to get a lot of people say, okay, Zonic on Astralis, you can't credit this to him. Zonic on Vitality, you can't credit this to him. What is it that he does? Like, everyone gives this bullshit about he's a fraud. Clearly, he's not a fraud because look at the success he's had. But
we all
what
fraud
does
then. We all
what
fraud,
did he
so
add?
he's a fraud.
What does he have? What does he give for you guys?
What he's good at, the first thing is he's good at making a group of winners. Like, he's good at making 5 guys liking each other and being a real team. And that's not easy.
Yeah.
That's not easy to do that.
No.
What he's really good at is also the way he's not really a macro coach like strats and like the way you play extra, but he's more of he was maybe a bit more before, but as he saw me working that much, he was like, fine, I leave him. So he's more like, are you prepared perfectly to an event? Are you right to an event perfectly? And the way he is in practice to help us, etc. He was really good at it. Like, he is really good at it still. He's also like a really funny guy, and that's really nice. He was really good. What he was really good is, mostly Devilwalk knows that whenever you're in practice and it's tough day of practice, okay, you're getting fuck left and right. It's not fun. But having this guy that is funny and say the right thing that make you laugh in this moment is like really good. I loved it. I loved having him. Like, sometimes he was like making the right joke or helping us to have like just a smile on our face and being able to reset and go on something else. And he also known as being really good at preparing for games. So yeah, I think that's his strength overall for my.
Yeah.
I love that as well, because it's like, if you can, I think players especially, even in serious games, there's moments like that, right? Where things are just like completely down, you have no belief, and someone just cracks a joke and everyone forgets about it.
Yeah.
You get so relaxed as a human being, it's like a reset button,
I agree. Doing that is really important.
And it's so underrated, but looking from the outside, oh, he made you laugh, I can tell a joke, but it's not that simple.
It's not making a joke, he's just saying the right joke at the right moments. It's a really tough job. And actually, what you say about that is like, it can be a joke, but it can be also like, I remember against Navi in the major, like FlameZ has a rough game, and in the halftime he says that he's whiffing. He struggles, and I just tell him, bro, you can whiff. I still love you, And after that, he just back-to-back rounds. He just killed 2 and 3 in entries, and we win the round.
Yeah.
And it can be such a small thing you can do to your teammate. Just show each other love. Show each other like that you care about them. And I promise that's something so important. It works with certain players, of course, and some other it works less. But with a guy like
it will work differently for each
but
player.
with FlameZ, for sure, it works well.
And then I got to, before we get on to Xtaz rejoining,
yes,
I want to talk about one of the very consistent pieces for you, Matt.
Yes,
because he probably doesn't get enough credit for the work he does.
He deserves.
But I love him because whenever I talk to him, I think it's no nonsense, straight. He's funny in his own way as well, quite a dry sense of humor from when I talk to him. But this guy is fucking knowledgeable, and people may not realize how
He's the
smart this
best.
guy is.
He's the best.
But he's been when did he join? He joined 2020.
Beginning of 2020.
At even one point, he coached you during Gamers 8, if I remember,
won it.
before XTAS came in, and you won it. But he hates it, by the way. When I asked him for interview, I don't want to do interview. He hates being spoken to on the content. He wants to be in the back,
He doesn't want
doing
the
an
lights.
analyst
Exactly.
role.
When 99% wants to be in the light, he wants to be in the shadow. He doesn't care.
Yeah, and it's a rare quality.
Oh, mate.
And then at the same time, he doesn't take enough credit because
No.
I remember him in the 1.6 days. He was a capable player.
Yeah.
This guy knows his Counter-Strike.
Yeah, of course.
He was playing when I was playing.
Yeah.
Like, he is more than good enough and knowledgeable, and he seems to have kept going in it for such a long time. So just
sure.
give me your lowdown on how good he is for you.
Okay, I'm a bit fucked because he's also a really good friend of mine. So
Yeah.
he's the best.
But he has to be with you this long.
He's the best human being I know. First of all, it starts by that. The guy is just too nice, you know.
I'd agree.
I just love him. It's so easy to be with him during tournaments. It's just be easy to work with him. It's just so easy to trust him. The guy is the best at his role. I have no doubts. Like you, I have no doubt he's the best at his role because he doesn't want. You know where a coach. You see it with the Navi situation where they lose Flashy right now because Flashy wants to be a main coach. I think he never hid it to Blade.
Yeah.
He wants to be a main coach.
Yeah.
Matt doesn't want to be a main coach. He doesn't want to be. He wants to be on the side. He wants to help people. For him, what he always says, he says, if I can help you and do my job to help you to be the best version of myself, I will be the happiest person in the world. This guy is so good at everything he does. Whenever we do preparation or we do practice and he tell me stuff, I trust it 100%. I go blinded. I just go full blind and I do whatever he tells me. And yeah, and it's also because when you work for so long with someone, of course you trust him more and more. And he's he's the best. Without a doubt, he's the best. And it's just a pleasure to. I actually think if I will be retired, he will stop as well because it's also a tough life. He's 40 this year.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't look that old. Yeah, actually.
No, he doesn't at all. I thought he was like similar age to me in Devilwalk.
Yeah, no, he's and the guy is just. Yeah, if I wasn't there, he would be retired already probably. But I always tell him, keep going with me, finish with me, and let's get everything we can get together because I need you by my side to be the best version of myself. And he's part of this Vitality success so much, and my success as well.
Through everything.
Yeah.
And so then with that, right? XTAS comes back.
Yes, the board
You're
is back.
reunited. The board is back. You're reunited with Remy. Was this just you going, okay, I got what I needed from Zonic. I know who I want to work with. Was it your choice? Did you have involvement in this?
Of course I was involved, yeah. They asked me. I didn't have to, like, if they told me we go for him, I would have no choice, but I was consulted and of course I said yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead. If you have to ask something about him or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, just for you to have him back, right?
Yeah.
Was there a difference in learning at this point as well? Because you said you learned so much from him. How did that dynamic work? How did things come together as a new formed duo reunited together?
It was actually really tough.
Yeah.
Because I remember you guys struggling a little bit when he came back, and there was even criticisms.
Actually, at the beginning we went 2 events in a row, so we went back to back blast 4 finals in Copenhagen and blast 4
Mezii joined as well.
Yeah, exactly. But Mezii and
but I do remember there was some criticisms.
In 2024. In 2024.
Yeah.
But what happened is he comes back and for me also once again it's like I didn't understand that we lost this like Magisk and Zonic where we were at our best. So I had struggle to deal with in my head. So I was not ready to welcome someone, even though I knew Remy so well. So actually, the end of 2023 went really well. Um, it was new CS2, etc. We won 2 events back to back, and then we lost a bit of our dynamic. But what we lost is also the relationship between Remy and me. We didn't talk that much anymore. I was not really happy about stuff he did. It was probably the same way on his side. So yeah, we were like so disconnected, so much disconnected, and also like we had also bigger problem in the team that didn't help us to also focus on ourselves. So yeah, 2024 was a mess. That was a year where we missed only one playoff, but we
Yeah.
also won only one trophy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a tough one. It was a tough one because we really wanted to do better, but with the problem we had was a nightmare.
Yeah, there was
Well,
a lot of rumors with problems during that time,
So
even in official channels.
stuff I can't say too much once again, but yeah, it was not easy to deal with, and what's tough in those moments is yeah, who've been criticized the first ones, Extaz, apEX, Mezii,
mhm. Yeah.
and
Yeah,
because you are IGL, because you are bottom fragging, and because you are the coach. That's exactly what happened, and that's like really simple way of people to reflect about something. So but yeah, that was a tough year. That was a tough year, and actually it was tougher than 2022 because actually in 2022 we were a team. We tried our best.
Yeah.
In 2023, 4, I knew we could win 2 trophies, and we were still so close to win so many games. I remember with our performance coach, we did like some stuff, work outside
And
of the
this is
server.
Jack
Yeah,
now,
Jack.
right?
Yeah, with Jack,
Yeah.
we did some work outside of the server, and he checked, and he wrote all the game we got eliminated last year, and we were thinking which one we lost to ourselves and which one to lose to better team. I think 80% we lost to ourselves. So we were
Yeah.
agreed
yeah,
that, and
You said that so many times to me. I remember.
mate, that was crazy. Like all the games,
Hmm.
like we couldn't win a close game. Like zero. It's fine to win. I mean, to lose some. It's normal to lose some close game,
Yeah.
but not to lose all of them. Not to lose all of them. It's not possible. So yeah, that 2024 year
I mean
was tough, really tough.
it's so deflating when that happens. When it keeps happening, you can't figure it out, and you don't know what to do. And
But
you
I
every time you get into that moment, it just gets worse and worse and worse and
what
worse.
happened was like we had problems outside of the server. Like it was not like
Yeah,
yeah.
like what we could call or etc. It was like more stuff around and more personal stuff. And what was really frustrating is mostly that I couldn't do anything.
Hmm.
Also, I know that in 2024 I played a bit less individually. Mostly the second part of the year because I was like, even though I play more, it's not gonna change the problems. We won't
yeah,
win.
yeah.
Yeah. It hits you.
So yeah, and sometimes
And
you believe you're gonna do good, you believe you're gonna come back, you believe, and it goes down again. That's crazy.
I remember so many times in our interviews, Dan, where you'd be like, "Okay, this one, they beat us. This is fine. Like, we lost. They were better." But then there were so many where it was like, you couldn't say publicly that it was problems outside of
Oh,
what was going on, but you were just like, we're messing up, we're making mistakes, it's us losing to ourselves. And that was where you were most frustrated,
yeah,
because you knew you could win. But you did manage to get the Cologne win in
yeah,
2024, which obviously is huge.
yeah.
How big of a surprise was that for you, if you're being honest now looking back of it? Was that like just seeing, okay, this is what we could do if everyone
Yeah.
focused up? And how much was, because obviously I know you can't talk too much about the Sphinx things, no matter how much we all want to know, but how much was this the fact of him potentially leaving, because that was when the rumors came out that him saying he wanted to leave? Do you think that helped you to win Cologne?
No, I don't think so. I think that
Okay.
what happened is we ended like the first part of the season. We arrived
Hmm.
with on the second part, and we already, as you said, already wanted to leave, but it didn't happen. Um, Yeah, I was actually in a way sad that we were keep going together, because I was like, if he wants to leave, he doesn't trust the team anymore. He's not like feeling
Yeah.
it, so it's tough to work with someone that doesn't want. But I'm okay with that. After all, I'm like, okay, fuck it. I'm still gonna work hard and do everything. So we did a
Hmm.
online bootcamp, we call that, because we didn't want we
Yeah.
had a lot of tournament in the row where we grind a lot. When we get better, etc., we go to EWC. We lose in quarter as usual, and then boom, we go to Cologne, and all the work we did in that week, we stepped up in that tournament, and we
Hmm.
could see a really good vitality where we beat Navi, the best team of 2024, 3-1 in the grand final. We really dominating them. I mean, we were the best team at the tournament with the dub, but we had the hurt really to give our best in this one. It was a bit different than the others. We were all ready to give our best and sacrifice for each other.
Yeah. And that's exactly what you want it to be like.
Yeah.
The only one I'm going to touch on before Spinks ends up leaving is just the World Finals event, because you get Jax back
Yes.
for one little last run. And dude, it was actually crazy because I'll be honest, my expectations were super low, but you do have a way of using this guy. You have a way of activating Jax. I get fun, entertaining interviews again, and he's just happy to be here
Yeah, exactly.
and have this moment. Dude, you know what it was like? It was as if he was a rookie coming to his first tier 1 event again. He was just, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to try my best.
Yeah, exactly.
And you were practicing with Mezii still, right?
We did play one practice. I think we played maybe one map with Jax.
And yet you go and make top 4 even here.
And we could have actually go beat G2. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
what was that like?
It was actually, when I'm reflecting about this, I was when I didn't decide anything about him, because he's a good friend of mine, but I didn't decide to take him. And actually, when we picked him up, I was like, maybe we should have take a younger guy or whatever, even though he's your friend. I'm not here to play with my friends. I'm here to win. So I was like, maybe we could have like try a younger guy like Nathan that is in Ants or whatever, something like that. But Jack is coming, and I mean, I'm still really happy because he's my friend. So we take the flight together. We go to everything together, and we explain him all the time at the beginning of the game. So what he's gonna do the day before, etc. We play Spirit, we lose them. Then we play a really close game against Liquid, and after Liquid, our problems from the team come back, and we have a big talk without him, like a really big talk where we are really straightforward with each other. We're not really happy with each other, and we end up like satisfied with the conversation. We play Mars the next day, and we play really good. I think we beat them 13-7, 13-7 with Jax, and we arrive against G2, and we lose to them. They win the trophy. They were really good at that time, but we're still really close, like to beat them, and it was a special tournament because I really wanted. Jax never won a tier 1 trophy. You go on the HLTV profile, and he never won it. And actually, I was at his wedding 2 days ago, and I told him I would do my best to make you win one trophy. And maybe this year, if,
one more step in.
Exactly.
One more standing time.
It will be the right one.
Just tell Mezii to have another kid. Jack steps in again, and you go and do it. It'll be no problems at all.
Exactly.
You're steps ahead of all the other teams right now. It'll be fine. It'll all work out.
Hopefully. But yeah, he's such a great guy, and I just really like him as a friend. He's one of my closest friends, and but he's also good at this in the game. He's really good at entry fragging and being like first and being aggressive.
He's fearless.
Yes, exactly. He's really fearless.
Absolutely fearless.
Like
I feel
FlameZ. They have the same idea.
I feel like if you told him anything to do, he'll just blindly follow it and go no matter what.
He will.
Yeah, I can't imagine him saying no.
And he was really happy to play on stage again, to play in tier 1 even again.
Yeah.
And, maybe it's gonna be his last tier 1 even in his career so far. But it was a great moment to share with him.
It really was special. And then we come to the end of 2024, and obviously, I know you were super disappointed, but then, you can say
yes.
Because I remember at the HLTV Awards, right? You're looking at Na'Vi picking up everything. You're looking at the drop off from you guys, the emotional year you'd had. and you do that interview. I think it's with Donna, right?
Yeah.
And you're just, you want to come back stronger, right? You understand.
I just told it that next year I will be there and getting all the trophies. I just said it. I just said it. I knew it. I knew it
You
already.
spoke it into existence. That's it, right?
Yeah,
It's visualizing,
exactly.
making it happen. And by the way, I'm a big believer in that. Is saying what you want, believing what you want, working for it. And you have to either write these things down or you have to talk it if you really want it to happen. And then you guys, not only do you get rid of Spinks, right? And let me ask this. I know you can't talk about the whole Spinks situation, but do you think teams in general, when we're having these problems, should make this information public, or do you agree that it should be something that is need to be left out? Because from a fan standpoint, as I'm still a fan of the game, I'd love to know what the reason is that it broke out. Now I know that it's stuff that's been told to me I can't say on camera because we're here right now. But do you feel like some of it should be more transparent, or is it better left in the dark?
I think for the good of a lot of people, I think it's better that it stay in the dark.
Yeah,
People do some mistakes sometimes, and I think it's better that it stays like that for everyone. So for me, it's better that it's like this.
left.
Um, I had a wonderful time with Lotan. We won 7 trophies together, a major, a Cologne. It didn't feel good in the team anymore. That's life. That's how it go.
Yeah,
That's how it goes. I just wished him the best. When he won his first trophy with Mouse, I messaged him and text him and told him, "Congrats, bro! I'm happy for you." He is part of my story as well, and we won a lot together. So for me, yeah, something happened and people don't know, and it's the way it is.
yeah.
But I'm really um he, we m- we made things together that matters, and so for me, it always been my hurt in a way.
I also think, like, just because you're a public person doesn't mean that everything in your life should be public.
Yes, I agree.
Like some things needs to be kept private, and people deserve privacy.
And mostly during the career, because some people do mistakes in their life, and
Yeah.
if you say it public, it can also be really bad for him. Like
Yeah.
maybe not find a new team and blah blah blah. And for me, like doing mistakes is part of life. Everyone does mistakes. I think Spinks
Yeah.
right now is happy in Mouse because they still do good, but when he sees us, he's not that happy. It's tough to
Yeah.
be the guy that you replace and you win everything. That's tough for sure.
Yeah.
You have to be honest. So maybe, I mean, he did mistakes. I don't know, but yeah, in a way, for what I could feel myself, he did some mistakes with us, but it's a learning process. It's a learning process,
Yeah.
and probably now he's better with Mouse, and he feels better there, and his success is there, even though they didn't win that match because of us, because we beat them in
Yes.
3 finals.
Very much because
Yes.
of you.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, but they're still playing good, and he still plays good. So for me, he deserves also like happiness and success.
Yeah.
And he's still very young to have success going
Yes.
forward. But I'll say this: even if he was everything you wanted, when Ropz comes along and he's free, you're probably still gonna make this move, right?
I will be honest, I was not sure to take Ropz. Not
Wow.
because you don't know the premise, Robin. You have no idea who he is. The human.
Yeah.
Who knows him? Except his teammates?
Yeah.
No one. I tell you, no one.
Yeah.
He's not public
so
person in that
quiet
sense.
in tournament. It's not only about public because it can also be the two-faced persons. We have some in the scene. I will not say names, but we have some two-faced person where they are like that in cameras, but behind they are like hassles. So him, you just don't know. You talk to him. The only way you talk to him is hey. That's it. I played against him for 7 years or 8 years. I had no idea who he was. I had no idea. So for me, I was not like I don't want him. I was like I don't know. Is he gonna fit with FlameZ and me? We are like super dumb together, and how he doesn't gonna feel, how he's gonna feel with us, etc. It's tough, But in game, of course, I knew. Of course, you're Ropz.
There was a check mark on this.
Exactly.
This part.
Okay, Rob, I'll Walker, perfect. But I'm really happy we picked him. I'm really happy.
Of course.
The guy is the best teammate I played in terms of work ethic,
Hmm.
understanding the game, trusting the guy. In that regards, I also understand his success. I also understand Faye's success. The
Yeah,
guy
yeah,
is amazing, like amazing. The second best player I played with, behind ZywOo,
yeah.
no doubt.
And that's crazy. You now got both of them on your team.
Yes, perfect.
I got to
I love
ask
it.
this because there's a lot of I don't know if you've ever played RuneScape
No.
Apex. No, have you seen him play any in the practice room?
Yes, I did.
Aha! There we go. This is my Ropz. This is the Ropz.
Yeah, like a window
So-
game on the side of his screen.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let me explain to you this, right? For anyone who doesn't understand it, that game will tell you everything about how he is such a mechanically good player because that is the most intense, most crazy game you can play.
Okay.
That is a full grind and requires absolute focus and concentration for maybe even the smallest tasks if you want to like perfect it.
Okay.
And I know he plays some hardcore characters in that game. He's got a normal account as well, but he's more than capable.
It's pretty
But
capable.
my thing was how he would fit in on the personal level with you guys. That's the only thing I was kind of wondering or worrying about. And I saw him that first event, it was Blast Bounty. And even if you guys didn't win it, I looked at him and there was this new buzz around him. There was this new energy. Despite how good Shanghai was from him from an individual level, I felt like I got a smiling, happier, different Ropz.
I think
I don't
we
know
never
what
seen
happened,
Ropz
but it
smiling
worked for
that
both
much.
of
It's
you.
not only because of
No.
winning, it's just because also the humans he is with. You know, we are
Yeah.
for sure
Yeah.
it's different humans than in phase, but we are more like we probably laugh a bit more and more like smiling way, I would say. I don't think they don't laugh or
Mhm.
whatever. No, it's not the thing.
No,
I
no,
don't
Yeah,
think.
no.
yeah.
But I
It's
think
just comparing
we're a
it.
bit more like living the life and enjoying it, you know, in a way.
Yeah.
And I think that's we can see it on his face the way he is smiling, etc. And looking at ZywOo and smiling as
Definitely.
well.
And obviously his work rate, we keep hearing about this. Did you expect him to be this much of a hard worker and what he
Nope.
brings? Because am I wrong or am I right when I say he helped almost everyone on your team get better in some way?
Of course.
It looks like that from the outside. It looks like not just did he fit in as a player, but he came with either the new ideas or a different work mentality. Like Mezii has improved, right? FlameZ's improved. I don't know about you. You probably improved as well, like working with him and stuff like that.
You do. As individual as well. I mean, right now, he just by his work ethic, he helps you to grind more and work more because he doesn't miss nades. I mean, we always
He doesn't forget
yeah, he
nades.
doesn't forget nades. Doesn't his strats are written somewhere and he never forgets them. Like all the stuff is really good, and he creates new stuff. I remember at the bootcamp before Austin, um, we played Aurora on train and another team,
Yeah.
and he got smashed on BLC when he was C2. And me actually, I went out. I went to the hotel. I didn't know what I was doing, but I went out. And the next day he said, "Yeah, I need to talk to you," and he worked on new stuff to counter what people were doing. And for example,
Yeah.
it's a small gimmick, but on train against Mars, third map in the major,
Mhm.
we created a new run boost on B, where actually when we have the two best spawns, one of us has the best spawn, he has the second, and on longer when he come from connector, he jump on our head, he does his smoke to extinguish the molly, and he run boost. And even though the guy has the best spawn, he will be in the sis before him, and he will wait for him there.
Yeah.
And we created this move. Thanks God we had twice the spawn against Mouse. He worked twice, he did the entry twice. So it's exactly Ropz there. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
exactly Ropz.
Ropz magic.
Yeah, came to me, said I have a new tricks, we need to work on it. And yeah, you go on the server, you go with him, you work on the run boost, you do the run boost for him, and he kills. And the first thing I remember with him is we were in HLTV awards bootcamp. So in Belgrade, we start our
Yes.
bootcamp there. And I said, okay, Robin, the way we're gonna work together is I want you and me to sit every night 4 hours. We're gonna do 2 maps every day, 2 maps every day. So we're gonna do 2 maps per day, and I want you to hear what you want to do. Because my
Yeah.
goal was to I knew he told me he had a lot of moves, a lot of individual thing, etc. So I was like, okay, what you want to do. That's the only thing we're gonna add in our playbook for now. For Katowice, because we had like not the best amount of practice together. And you tell me, and I listened to him, and we had this mix. I mean, not I was not listening. I was doing also like just like saying words, and he was showing me what he wanted to do. And
Yeah.
at that point, I understood who he was. I understood who he was. I understood everything, and everything went so well at that boot camp. I don't think we lost the practice. I think we maybe lost one or whatever. We smashed everyone. At the end, our boss is coming for shitty rewards, and I tell him, we're gonna win Katowice. I just tell you, Bunty, I don't know, but we're gonna win Katowice.
He's again put it into the
I
world. You again said it.
I told him straight away, we're gonna win Katowice. He said, "Ah, great then, like happy, perfect." But I knew it. I knew because not only Ropz was joining, but okay, first of all, Ropz was joining from a phase where they had a rough year, so he wanted to show
Yeah.
up for sure. I knew Xtaz had a rough year as well as coach, and he wanted also to improve and get the best version of himself. ZywOo top 3 in the world. What the fuck is wrong? His worst placement in 7 years. I knew he wanted to have the crown again. FlameZ.
That was good motivation.
Yes, FlameZ. They have this little fight in Israel where they want to be the best Israeli player in their country. Time to show it. Time you are maybe the best of any country. And finally, Mezii as well criticized so much last year, being called a problem almost in a way, like Kirishima used to be, and also has to show up because yes, in 2024, what's for me, William, I always knew he had the potential. At some point, like the management were like thinking about replacing him because why? Because it's true, he wasn't performing enough. But I said also, I want I said to him and to the staff, I want to keep him because I know what he's capable of. And in a way, I told him, the only thing you lack, William, is balls. You need balls. You need to show you fucking balls to the world. And if you do that, brother, I promise you're not gonna be a great player. I think you're gonna help us to shine and to win. And that's what he did now. And so he had this button, and me as well, criticized so much. Also by some golden hornets that wanted to change me. Yeah, apEX is too old. He doesn't want enough. He's not good enough, etc. We all.
They say you don't want enough. They don't know you.
Yeah, exactly. We hold at our battle there. We hold at our battle. So in a way, after Katowice, and in 2025, that was my first pitch. I told them we have only a week of preparation together, but I want to win Katowice. I don't want to say, yeah, we need 2 months to be ready. And I want, and you all guys have a story to write next year. That was my first word when I arrived at the bootcamp. I remember. And
wow,
magic happened after.
I remember, like even us, we did podcast episodes, obviously, when we watched you guys. I remember being so freaking impressed from watching. You know, Blast Bounty was too early to tell. You didn't have enough practice. Didn't feel like you made everything fit perfectly yet. And I remember watching like Katowice and stuff that I said to Banks, and we had a discussion like, this is looking like it's Vitality's year, like all of it. And there was these small details that just, it's again to this annoyance. Like you're so annoying to play. You would play the best teams, you would double nade them at the perfect timing, you would do these things where you popping smokes at the right time, and not only that, but doing something added layer to it, you know? It wasn't just the standard. It felt like you're starting to make something that was like beautiful to watch. And it felt like I don't even know what to do to counter it when you watch it, you know?
Yeah.
It's like it's so perfect. It didn't feel like you could they just misplayed this or that, which you can say about 90% of all rounds or things that someone did a misplay. But here it was just they got so owned. They got completely wrecked. And that's when I knew like, okay, this is starting to look really special. Like really, really special what you guys were doing on the server.
Yeah.
Could you feel that as well?
I also felt something because I mean it's only the team knows, but whenever we lost Bunty to Eternal Fire back then, we lost and we played really bad, like really bad. But we all arrived in the practice room, and no one said anything, but at the end we watched the game together, all together. But it wasn't like mandatory by the coach or whatever. Like we all arrived and said, okay, we watched the game for 2 or 3 hours, and on Anubis we talked about this. Okay, we need to change that on Mirage, and I could feel the whole team working together. Like when you do stuff like that, usually two people talk and three are like
Yeah, on
watching,
their
and
site.
watching this and or being in there but not talking. Where all or the coach didn't have to say anything. They were on the side. They were just listening to us. That's the moment.
Probably smiling. Look at our boys.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. They're doing the job. They're doing the job. And that's
The dream.
That's also the moment I
Yeah.
felt like, okay, this team is special and this team really wants it. But when you win one event, you're like, maybe it's the honeymoon. When it's Katowice,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah,
like, maybe,
yeah.
okay, it's good, we play good, but let's see the next one. Let's see the next one. And then you go back to back to back to back to back to back tournaments. And there you're like, okay, this is getting even more special. And in some tournaments where I will not lie, when we arrive in Blast Lisbon, for example, actually it's two Blast that I will say that. No, actually Dallas as well. But I say, guys, we just won EPL. That was our goal because we wanted to do the Grand Slam. It's fine. Here, we could say that, but no, I was like, guys, we are every tournament. Let's not waste our time. We're here. Anyway, let's give our best and win it. Let's give our fucking best. Rivals, same. We arrive from Melbourne. We arrive at 1 p.m. at the airport in Copenhagen. We play the next day at 3. Like,
Yeah.
and we like, and I could tell them, yeah, it's fine. We just won Grand Slam. It's okay. No, I just tell them, guys, we're here for 1 week. Let's create something special together. I want to win every trophies
Yeah.
with you. I repeat them that all the time. I say, guys, I just want to win trophies with you. I don't care. Same, we go to Dallas with 4 days of practice. We had a week off before. We arrived there. We said, yeah, we didn't. We did, that's the first one we said. We didn't want to win it. We said, let's see where we are for the major. Let's work. Let's see where we are and work hard after. But we still win it,
Yeah.
So that's just
Yeah.
like crazy season. Like for sure the best season of all time.
I mean,
and
it is 100% the best season of all time. Like there is
Unbeatable.
no shot. You can't even make the argument that any other season has been better than what you did.
yeah, I mean,
For this period of time and this start of your team, it
And how
is
competitive
looking
it
to be.
is.
I mean, you could even argue right now that it is arguably one of the best team in the history of Counter Strike. The run that you've made,
yeah, I think
and there
for
is
me we're already a top
so
3.
much.
Even in 6 months, we are top
Yes,
3 best team of all time. That's no
but
doubt.
even if you would lose, like I don't know, maybe win one tournament of the next half year, you would still be in that top of teams of Counter Strike in a season.
I checked.
But-
I checked. Like what's the most win trophies in 1 year? It's Astralis. They won 10 out
Yeah.
of 19, and us this year we will do 16. So I want at least to equal them, at least to do 10, and but it's gonna be a better percentage overall. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
much better.
Yeah.
But you said top 3, right?
yeah,
Obviously, Astralis is in there. Who's the other team?
you need also to give credit to teams that I don't know who. Maybe Fnatic, maybe SK. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
One of these team. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want just to put us like 2 above or like whatever. Like
Yeah.
if you ask me about the best IGL of all time, it's the same. Um, I think I'm top 3. I won't lie. I put myself in the top 3. Um, am I above Karrigan or Clave? I'm above one of them. I'm top 3. I don't know, but I'm up there.
I
know I'm up
think
there.
you're in the discussion for one of the greatest players to ever touch this game.
I heard you said that. I heard you said that because I'm reading like on the tweets and also I was watching a bit of sometime the podcast. And I said you said that. In a way, I understand why you say that, and I really say you thank you. I really like speechless to hear that. But yeah, on my own way, maybe because I have a like really different path than anyone else.
I
Yeah, and-
understand why you don't want to even think about it. Like
No,
from
for
like
me,
a mental point of view, it's not over yet. Like there's tons to go. But for me, you're 100% in one of the you're at least in the top 3
Thank you.
for me in like
huge.
historical Counter Strike
That's huge.
players.
That's huge.
Because it's not about stats, you know. It's like the impact you've made and the longevity you've had from winning
Yeah,
even tournaments in source, coming to CSGO in, like, let's say, like a nerfed position, grinding your way up into this position again and doing it with Envy, G2, then it's kind of a drop again. You have to create something new, because I don't think people understand how tough that journey is to create something completely new and how many times you've done it.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
thank you for that. But yeah, you're right. It's not easy for sure, and that requires a lot of work and a lot of like thinking about being like different and watching yourself and etc. And a lot of work on the side. It's not only work, but yeah. I mean, thank you for that.
sacrifice.
Yeah, a lot of sacrifice for sure.
Well deserved.
Thank you.
And this is why I love to have Devilwalk here, because it's not just an analyst; it's someone who's been through it, who's got the
Yeah,
brain for it, who's seen it
sure,
all.
that's true.
Um, and it comes through with a lot of warm credit. But to continue our conversation around this year, I'm not going to take too much more of your time, Dan, because
It's fun.
you've already given
It's
us enough, which
it's
I
it
appreciate.
goes really fast when you speak, and it's interesting. So it's good.
As long as, hey, if you're happy, I'm
I'm
happy
fine.
as
No
well.
worries.
We're both happy. So this year, right? You already, when we spoke about Mezii towards the end of 2023, I think it was when he first joined, right? Um, you just mentioned something about him having some balls to play with, right? Now he seems like he has it, where he also has had this increase from Ropz, from all your words, but you notice that talent in him, that ability. Is he now taking that more initiative? Is he being a bit more selfish at times? Because before it was everything for the team, and sometimes putting himself in compromisable positions. Are you seeing the development of him to be the player he can be?
Yeah, for sure. For me, it's still not enough. I think he could
Yeah.
still do more. The difference as well from 2025, 24 to 2025 is that he also have also some better positions on city side that help him to shine. Also some position that suits him more. I still want more than from him. I'm not gonna lie. I still want more from him. I know what he's capable of, etc. But yeah, I think I'm glad that he improved and he's the player he is now. Um, I mean, he comes from a scene that doesn't exist in a way, and yeah,
Sadly,
sadly,
yeah.
but that's just the truth. And yeah, the first UK player, etc., being such a great human being as well. What's cool with William as well is you ask him to have a bit more balls, a bit more ego, but it's also his strength, like to be this
Hmm.
teammate as well. You know, he has you tell him in the pistol run, okay, we do this pistol run, you have no Kevlar, you have smoke. He never complained. Never.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never ever. Never said, oh, I want a Kevlar or whatever. Why he was actually really sick with a pistol. He was like, no, it's fine. I mean, he wasn't even saying a word actually. So, but yeah, he's a really important piece for us, and people will
Yeah.
never understand that. Even though we will have actually he has good stats this year, but even though we will have like a star instead of him, it will not work because you need the balance in our team. When you have ZywOo reps, you need people to fit the
Hmm.
gaps, to fill the gaps, and
Yeah.
that's what we both three of us are doing with FlameZ and me, and
Yeah.
Mezii, and that's important. And he also has some tough roles as well, sometime, etc. And what I tried him to do is having more plays for himself. We worked on few plays
Hmm.
for him. We work on few things that helped him to be a better player. And actually, he's coding them more. He's taking more initiative, and it's good to have. He can't take too much because then it creates like something, But it's good to have him, and I'm really happy to also did my stuff to kept him in the team. I don't know if we'll have changed
Yeah.
him, but actually I said that I didn't want to because for me it was important to have a guy like him in the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's what he adds, right? It's not about the stats. It's about the things you're saying, where he is able to take these roles without complaining, to do these things
A really
without
great
making a fuss
teammate,
about it. That many players, yeah,
the
and
best teammate I've
it's
had,
so
the best teammate
rare.
I've had.
But it's also like what you say is like when you create, you can have that power imbalance or imbalance in
Hmm.
people who, if you switch him out for a quote unquote better player, I don't think there's many out there even still.
Yeah,
He,
you're right.
But even then, changing the dynamic, and as you say, maybe someone that takes so much initiatives that it completely changes the way you play, or like you mentioned earlier that when Shox came into your team, that you had to step back a little bit, some people, if you change that balance, it can almost disrupt the whole team.
Exactly. Exactly. It's exactly about that. And that is a really important player of the team. Actually, I was waiting them to win the major to say that, but without a doubt, he's the best team I ever played with. And so he's part of that as well. Without a doubt, he's a part of this team, and thanks to his behavior, thanks to the person he is. I remember his father was there in London in last year, and
Yeah.
he asked me, will William still be there in Shanghai? And I said, yeah, of course, he will still be in Shanghai. And his family is also really nice, and you see, it's just he's been a nice kid and nice education, and actually,
Yeah.
I remember seeing him because I didn't know what will happen after Shanghai, and he was like crying a bit and being super unhappy about team result, about himself, etc. But and when I see that, I'm like, this guy deserves, like, he deserves like another shot. He deserves to be there. And no, he proved the other wrongs. He's him and Flames. He won everything possible in Counter Strike anyway now. So
Yeah.
you will not get that away from them.
No,
And
never.
and looking at just overall, right? You said you wanted to. You said you were going to win out of it, so you said you felt
Yeah.
it. Did you still have that confidence? Obviously, you said that the HLTV was. Did you still have that confidence even after Blast Bounty? Or did it start to think, oh, maybe I've
You
overshot?
always doubt, it's human
Yeah.
to doubt. If you not doubt, you're like a psychopath or whatever. You have no emotions. You need to. Of course, I was like a bit down, and I remember I spent 3 or 4 days with my girlfriend after that, and in a way, she doesn't like that, but it's the way I am. I'm a bit away. I was just thinking about CS. I was
Yeah.
already thinking about new strats and how I could deal with stuff we had from Blast Bounty, etc. I think
Mhm.
it's really tough to be dad's girlfriend in a way, because I love so much CS, and I spend so much time around that I don't have much time to share with family and others. So it's not easy to be with me, but yeah, I just love CS and I want to succeed. So it's an important stuff. So yeah, I was a bit worried because yeah, of course it's your first tournament, and you don't play that good, but
Mm.
I'm like, the only answer I can get is work harder and understand better what
Yeah.
happened and get better. That's it.
And you guys definitely did. And then to this run you've been on, right? All these event wins, all this success. It's obviously off the back of the hard work, the things clicking, everything coming together. But I remember seeing so many of the Vitality video logs where, like, the way you're talking to the team is in such a manner that I'm believing just watching the bloody video. I'm not even on the team, and I feel like I can listen to you on this. Is this something you've always done? Is this because we didn't always have these good video logs of you guys, right? I
Yeah.
didn't get this much behind the scenes. So I love this YouTube content because it helps me understand more of it. But is this something new from you? Is this the same energy you've always had? Because I honestly, as an outsider, will say I feel like that's a big thing where if I'm believing it and I'm not even on the team, your boys are definitely believing it.
Yeah.
Like everyone's
Maybe
going to have that mentality.
maybe it was since apEX opened the box, and released himself.
Actually, yeah, it's part of that. But no, it's been quite some time actually. I'm doing it. Like good speeches in important moment. It's not like I want to
Yeah.
do it, but I just or I think about it too much before, but it just needed at that moment. I remember, when we lose to MongolZ and Mirage in the major, they don't show it, but I just tell them, guys, I will be honest. If you want to win, I'm not even mad. I'm not gonna scream on you guys. But if you want to win this major together, if you want to finish the season together on the right path, we just need to step up, boys. Huh? Because
Yeah.
what I've seen there was really bad. Huh? And yeah, and sometimes you have to have an emotional speech and be there and be harsh a bit, etc. And sometimes, yeah, there is no need to do it. There is just like right
Hmm.
words at the right moment. But this is something that you don't overthink too much. It just comes with the situation. But yeah, I think I've done that
Yeah.
for quite some time, and yeah, I think it's also part of being a captain, and having at least a little bit of charisma to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And
everyone cannot do
No,
it.
that's for sure.
no, definitely not.
I think you have to have an like inert ability to be able to speak with emotion to some extent,
And also,
you
not
being
in,
a very
not in your language, sometimes it's tough. To speak with
Yeah.
emotion in English is not easy. When I'm getting mad in English, I'm like, you know, it's I can't speak properly.
But the thing is, I see with you, Dan, and there's a few in-game leaders I don't see it with. I will say is you're an in-game leader, but even if you weren't an in-game leader, you would still be a leader of men. You would still be a captain because you have that persona, that charisma, that aura, as they like to say now, right? But there are some IGLs who don't have
Yeah.
this, who are a good IGL, but they can't do any of this shit. But you have that, and this is the magic that I think makes the difference between just an IGL and then a real IGL of what they can do and what
Yeah,
they
I
can
think so
deliver.
too.
And in that you've nailed it. But there's also something else I noticed that was interesting, and I haven't seen any other teams do it personally. So you guys will finish a map and you go outside, right? They've got the cameras following you. The team first all together, then you disappear with Matt.
Okay, I will explain.
And then Remy's with the rest of the team
Yeah.
and with the performance coach. So what's going on here? Can I understand how this is working?
For sure, I will explain you. It's pretty
Thank
easy. Most of the time, I prepare only 2 maps myself. Okay, I'm not, and
Okay.
as a team, we don't always prepare 3 maps because when we're not sure about the third, I think preparing 4 or 5 maps together is bullshit. It's bullshit. You
Yeah.
give too much information to your players. So what I'm doing is usually myself, I prepare my 2 maps by myself. So I most of the time know what they're gonna pick. I know what we're gonna pick. So I prepare those 2 maps. So the third map, I don't know much about it, or I mean not enough. So whenever we have a third map, I go with Matt, where the guys go with them, and I listen to him, and he tells me the stuff I need to listen to. And the little stuff from Austin. We win Dust 2 against MongolZ. We go outside. I go with Matt. And I'm so much nervous and stressed that he talks to me and I can't listen to him. It goes in one ear.
I know what you
and
mean.
it goes out on the other. I'm so stressed that I can't. I think I asked him 4 times to repeat. Like, sorry, bro, I can't listen properly. Can you repeat again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, it was crazy. And I told him. And also, what I think my guys like with me is like, I'm a true person. I told them, guys, I'm so stressed right now. I'm fucking stressed. It's crazy. But it's gonna be good together. And whenever I'm in the game, I'm not stressed anymore. But whenever you go out of the stage and you talk, I don't know, you know, reflecting and think, oh, what? How can I counter that? And how I will do it? But whenever we're in the flow in the game, it's a lot easier, you know. So, but yeah, I remember that just to speak about it.
Okay. And that it's crazy, right? Because let's just look at this. We've all spoke about the events. We know what you've won. It's an incredible achievement. But this major was you start off against the Mongols, losing Mirage. You already spoke to us about that. Then this Dust 2, and you're mega stressed because you're going into Inferno. There was once the map I said, you guys can't lose on. And then all tournament long, you lost it. And I was like,
it's not only losing, you were getting crushed.
And I was like, and I'm thinking, fuck, Mongols used to be pretty damn good on Inferno. Am I watching this fumble up here? And the interesting part about Inferno, let me get this right. I think it was you, Mezii, and FlameZ who just went fucking bonkers.
Yeah, I had a really good.
That was the support cast going mega mode.
What happened with me is I was really good on the city side.
Yeah. Was that like a thing where like you prepared every other map so much that you kind of forgot Inferno being so good before the major, or was it
actually
something else?
Actually, no, I don't know. You know, the first game of the tournament was okay. For me, the reason behind the 2 losses we had, it is more. No, we worked on the maps on the same way. I would say, okay, overall. Maybe we struggled 1 or 2 sides that we worked a bit more, but actually we added stuff on Inferno. We reflected against Legacy. We lost, but it's a bit of a weird game that happened. We win the pistol, we lose the second round. It's already tough in CS nowadays on city side when you do the on T side. I think I would love to watch what is score after that. A lot of time I think it's a crush. They had a lot of like kills through smokes, a lot, like as you never seen before, and we didn't play our best. So in first game of the tournament. So that was a bit weird. The Mars one is on my bad. I was calling like shit, like crazy. I felt it was a bit maybe too easy in my head, and I really called really bad, and also we were not there. I remember like ZywOo will never do this mistake. One of the important one, we are 0-2 down or 0-3. No, yeah, no, 3-1 or 2-1. I don't remember. I think we 5v4, 4v4. We go B, and ZywOo has a CT Molotov, but he still mollies triple. Where you can't do that with a CT Molotov, you know, and he knows it. He knows it, and he does the molly. The guy is triple. We don't expect him. He does 2 kills, and we lose the round. And then everything goes bad, and I start to call bad, etc. And yeah, it was a bit of a team like playing bad, and also myself. So yeah, actually, to play against Mongols, we talk about the maps, and we are talking about that we don't know what they're gonna pick. We're not sure. We think it's Mirage, most likely. But what do we do on the third? Inferno, Nuke, and Anubis. What do you want to play? And the guys didn't want to decide the major on Anubis. So they say, we remove Anubis. But they were still fine to play Inferno. They were like, okay, we lost it twice, and they were fine with it.
But like, do you think, because if I'm right, this year, Mongols have beaten you on Nuke, right?
Yeah, twice.
Yeah.
Twice, yeah. No, once.
One was a crazy overtime?
Once. The other one we won.
Let me look down this.
I'm pretty sure.
Well. So we got
because I think they had the opportunity to go.
No, they beat you twice. They beat you in ESL Pro League 16-14, the crazy overtime.
And one in Dallas.
And then Dallas 13-7.
Okay,
yeah.
my bad then.
So no, I can't expect you to remember everything. Your memory is amazing. So
I'm so unhappy about myself.
His memory's not as good as we thought. Exactly. We've lied this whole episode. But so you lost twice to them, and they still chose Inferno. I'm guessing because of what performance you showed on it at the major.
Because they don't actually. I think it's a team that are playing with their conviction, and I don't think they like Nuke that much. You know, they beat us and etc. It was nice, but yeah, I don't think they like it that much. And they also had a really good win, I think, on Inferno as well lately. So I think we were pretty sure they would decide Inferno.
Okay, yeah. So it boiled down to that. You guys absolutely smash it, and you lift the trophy. And even if the American crowd fucking hates you, they had to give you some flowers and some love then.
Yes. I don't think they hated me. I think that it was
no. I think at this tournament it was different.
No, but even in Dallas, like just one guy started a meme. And actually, everyone that came to the signing session, or I met a lot of people after that asked for it was, they were saying it's just a meme and we love it. Like we just kept doing it, and it was just fun to say fuck you APEX, you know. So they were like,
and you're the villain,
exactly. And I'm like, and the way I answer as well, I think it's also what they liked, and so I knew it happened in Dallas 2024. It happened in Dallas 2025. I knew it would arrive in Dustin as well. Dallas and Dustin are pretty close nearby, so yeah, I knew it, but it was a fun one. It was like a really fun major for me, a tough one, but all the villain Hawk etc. was really good, and yeah, it was really nice to win and be part of that.
And this thing with the American crowd, right? It's all fun and games, and we love it. But your idea to film when you were middle fingering them, this was genius. You even become a souvenir as well.
Okay. First, you know what's fun with that? I decided to do that 1 minute before we went up.
Of course,
I told to the guys. I never thought about it before. I said, guys, what about coming with my phone and doing middle finger to everyone?
Yeah.
And I saw Ropz and FlameZ. They said, yeah, it's a good idea.
Of course they
So they were like, yeah, it's gonna be so good. So yeah, I did it, and it went crazy. Like I think on between TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter, I have like 6 million views, more than 6 million, 6 million and a half.
That's crazy.
CS2 retweeted, and I saw the guy from Valve after. They said one of the guy told me, my mom watched the game, and the guy is like 40 or 45, so his mom has to be like 65, 70, 75, I don't know. And he said, she think you're really funny. You know, so everyone like were like, you know, I was like, when he said that, I'm like, oh, his mom will not be happy, but
Yeah, that's not good.
but it's the other way, and I think it's also not many people can do that in a way, and
No.
and it's accepted that way. And also,
Yeah.
like, yeah, the sharing the cake is being in the game now. Like the only
Yeah,
highlight
that's
outside of
so good.
CS is me middle fingering everyone.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to remember it all
Like,
as well.
what the fuck is going on? That's
So
being kept so
you
far.
got the trophy in game, you got the stickers in game, and you've got the video footage in
I'm
game
like,
as well
what
of
the
yourself.
fuck is that? Like, you know, it's it's just so funny, and that's, you know, a friend told me that like a lot of majors will be like not really remembered, like, well, maybe this team, but
Yeah.
this major will be like, oh yeah, Vitality won with the middle finger of Apex. You know,
Yeah,
it will be remembered
exactly,
like
exactly.
that, and that's pretty fun.
And this is your charisma. This is what we're talking about, not just as a leader, but as a person. And one thing is, maybe you'll agree with me or not, but it's one thing I see. I feel like the Dan I see now in front of me compared to a few years ago, as someone who's been doing interviews and talking with you a long time, is I see an apEX who is at peace with himself.
Yeah.
You are so incredibly fit and healthy now. You're not the chubby Dan of before. Yeah. You're in tune with your mind and body, and you seem happy and at peace with yourself. Am I right? Is that what it feels like right now for
I
you?
think you're completely right. Yeah, you're completely right.
How have you done it? How have you done it in such a noisy and crazy, like, do you remember there was times where I'm in the gym every event? Now I hardly go. I'm completely opposite of where you're at right now. And I just feel like sometimes, and I'm not a player, I'm not having to deal with anything like you have to deal with, but I feel like sometimes there's so much noise and stress and unknowns that you just want to shut down in some ways. But you've come so far as a person. So how the hell have we got to this stage of your life?
Well, first of all, for the sport way, I think that it helps me to be more confident. You know, like someone
Yeah.
that feels good in his body, to feel good in his life.
Yeah, look at your arms now.
Like what's fun is right now I came from vacation. I probably gained 2 or 3 kilos.
Yeah.
You know, the classic enjoying life. That's
That's
also
good.
needed. You know, but I feel
Yep.
ashamed a bit. You know, I feel ashamed right now. I really need to go sport again.
Oh, really?
Normally, I was supposed to go to sport tonight, but with I had the plumber that had to come because I have a water problem. So I had to wait for him, and it took too long, so I couldn't go. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's bad. I need to go. You know. So
Yeah,
for me,
you feel that itch.
exactly, I really need to do it to feel good, and also in a way, it's helped me in my personal life, but also in my like professional life. Since I do
Yeah.
that, I'm more confident. I'm playing better. I feel better, and everything is just better in the way. So, yeah, it's really an important piece of myself, and a really important one. Then you write about something, and I wasn't thinking about it, but yeah, the peace with myself. Now I'm in the peace with myself because I want to win more for sure, because I'm here for that, and don't want to waste any time, and I want to enjoy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did what I had to do in this game. See, if tomorrow I live, I came to a point right now where in a certain amount of time, I don't know how long, but I will be the player with the most trophies in CS. You know?
Yeah.
And that's a unbelievable achievement, and that's something that I never believed I could do. But I've done it. Whatever the haters can say, I got carried or whatever. But the truth is, we say you men's lie, not numbers, and that's exactly what happened. And that's something maybe also like with the career I had and what I've won, I feel a bit more in peace in peace with myself. That's actually true.
Yeah.
I see
But
it.
that doesn't change the fact that we start a new season and I want to win. And
Yeah.
I'm here in CS, and I always said that I will give everything until the really end. When I will feel it's the end, I will stop. But I don't want to waste time. I don't want to do anything. So I'm gonna do my death match again every day. I'm gonna play Face It. Not tonight because we already 3 hours in this podcast, and I
We're
need
already late. Yeah.
and etc. I didn't know. I didn't know how long it could take, but as I'm speaking a lot, that's the truth. But yeah, I'm in a way now that I've done what I had to do, and
Yeah.
also something that is not easy. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud what I've became. I'm proud what I'm doing. I'm proud. also in my personal life and the way I'm acting. And in this world where a lot of shit happens and you never know what's tomorrow, and like people like no one is really happy in this life. Like it's really tough to be happy. It's really tough. So we really need to, as human, when things goes well, when you're proud of yourself, like just yeah, tell it to yourself. Like yeah, I'm proud of myself. I'm not lying. I'm really proud of what I've done in this game, and the print I put there, and that will be forever. And that's something I'm really
Yeah.
proud, and I want to keep going. But yeah, it's important thing for me.
And like, I'll say this, right? I obviously watching you grow and watching you do this as just someone who's talking to you, interviewing you. It's not like we're super close mates, but
No,
we
it's true.
talk,
Yeah.
right? And I'm seeing this develop. That's why I said I can see that you're now at peace with yourself. You're in this good position, and not many people ever get to this point. Like you said, like the achievements you have and what you've done. So now the question, I guess, me and Devilwalk have for the future is like teams are making changes just to try and beat Vitality. You're in that
Yeah.
position. How do you keep this team so hungry? Because you've won it all here. Can you tell me now that you still know that like you had practice? You came back to practice today on the 14th,
Yeah.
yeah. So you're already back to the grind. Do you still see that the team are hungry again, or will you only know that when you get to the next event? Is this going to be where because you're the front runners to win Cologne? I don't see any of the current changes of teams with something that's going to instantly change them to beat you guys. I still think there's a huge gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Sorry. Go.
you kind of have to go back to that start of the year and maybe remind everyone of like what were the you mentioning what motivated everyone to kind of pick up the work and all of this stuff, because I know for a fact that it's like you get to this point, people can get complacent real
Oh,
quick.
I know that as well,
Yeah.
Norris. I know that. Yeah. You're right. To be honest, it's not easy. It's not easy to have the right words now, because imagine you come out and like the guys are like, yeah, but we won 7 of 8 trophies. What else can we win? Like and you need to set up goals all the time. And what's
Yeah.
fun is like a year ago in Cologne, they asked me a question, and I said I want to win a Katowice or Cologne and a major before I retire. And within
Yeah.
that year, I won all 3. So the only thing that is important is to put new goals, new one.
Mhm.
I think I fit it, but if we win Cologne, why not a second Grand Slam? Um,
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yeah.
beating records? No, no. The truth is we need to beat records. That's the thing we have to do now. We have to fight against Astralis. We have to be a team that won more than 10 trophies in 1 year, maybe. We have to fight. And
Yeah.
what I told them in 2023, and it didn't work out, unfortunately. But the truth is, we are the top, and it's tough to get there. But you realize that it's tough when you drop down, and you go down a bit,
Mhm.
and then to go back, that's the tough moment. That's really fucking tough. But right now, if we keep grinding and keep a step ahead, inviting new stuff, creating, for example, today, okay, I will be honest. I had a bit less than 3 weeks because with Austin coming back, etc. We have on the Tuesday
It
late,
was a horribly small break.
exactly. So I didn't think about CS at all. No strats, nothing. Just
Good.
taking care
You
of
deserve
myself.
that.
Yeah. But today
Yeah.
we went on train, and I have 2 new ideas. But me, I'm also really, I mean, with the experience, etc. I don't need to go on a server and reflect what CS. Like today, I found a
Mhm.
new idea. We did it in practice. It worked so well, but just because I created it when we were practicing. And then, yeah, my
Yeah.
Yeah.
brain is coming back, and I expect everyone to do the same. I expect what, why I would say, why you were that good, Mezii? Why you were that good? Say, why you were that good, Ropz? And
Mhm.
and I expect that from all my teammates, and I will push them. That's the sure thing you will know from me is I will push everyone. I will push everyone every day to
Good.
tell them to not be happy if we do a shit practice day. Um, to not be happy if I see that people don't work enough. I do not be happy if I see I look at the Faceit page and I see no Faceit from everyone except Rob because he's the only one that is able to not doing faces because he never does faces. Because I know he's doing other stuff, etc. We all have a way to be good at the game, and we need to be good. And same for me. I also been good individually during the past few months because I'm grinding the game,
Yeah.
because I'm playing this match every day. Because during before 1 month before the major, I was doing like more than 1K frag this match frags per day. Even though I have more work, even though I had game to prepare. Every day I had my 1K minimum frag this match. I had my face hit doing it, and I had my sport as well. I had no time or no other
Yeah.
time to do anything else, but I was doing it because I know that's the recipe to win. And that's exactly what I'm gonna take care of this year. That if we do all of that combined, this second part of the season will be amazing. I'm not saying we're gonna win as much as we did because that's once in a lifetime or not. Like you know what I mean?
We will
Yeah,
see.
The year's not done
yeah.
yet.
But we can win at least 3 trophies. I know that. And the big goal is to win big back-to-back major. Like being one of the only team with Fnatic and Astralis to do that. And why not
Yeah.
the second Grand Slam this year in November? I can have in 3 months, 4 months. I can have a second Grand Slam in my pocket. Like
It's
you need to set
crazy.
goals for yourself. And back-to-back
Yeah.
Cologne never happened, I guess. May actually it happened. SK,
Yeah, one time.
SK.
Yeah.
But yeah, for example, I don't know, like whatever. But I want to.
Oh, but it's interesting. It's interesting to like kind of change the goals to something that isn't that obvious. You have to kind of look into the history books
We have to
to
know. We
find.
have to.
Yeah.
Because what we did is already legendary. We won everything possible in the last 6 months. So you need to find new goals. Like imagine Michael Phelps.
Yeah.
He won everything for so long that he needed a new one. If you want to be, and me, yeah, I would say also, in a way, with my friends at the beginning of the year with Jax, I told him my goal this year is to win 30 trophies at the end. I was 26 trophies. I'm 33 now. Okay, let's make it 40.
Yeah.
Why not?
And you could do it by the end
Exactly.
of the year.
I'm not done for now. I want at least to play 2, maybe 3 more years. I don't know, but I need to set up goals. Wherever I've done, whatever I've done. Otherwise, it stops here. It stops here. Like
Yeah.
it's useless to keep going.
And looking at that, right? So the goals you're setting is very clear. Back-to-back majors, the Grand Slam, breaking records, doing the stuff. It all looks very possible for you right now. But you just mentioned about before you retire. You mentioned your girlfriend, right? You're looking at future of that side of things on your personal life. You said she's very supportive, but is there a point where you're saying, okay, I need to slow down, settle down, give more time to that? Do you think of doing a Mezii, having a kid? Where does that come into things?
At some point, yeah, I will love to think about people that love me, that do everything for me to take care of them, but I don't have. It goes to the same point I told you before. I don't have to have regrets. I don't want to stop too early because I will have
Yeah.
regrets. You know, it's people will say, yeah, it's perfect to live when you're at the top, but all
Ah,
people that live when they're at the top, they come back because you know
yeah.
you could do
Yeah.
more, and that's the problem. And then you're like, oh, I fucked up. I should have stayed. Me, no. Whenever I feel I'm a weight in a team, it's
Hmm.
not working that much extra. I will stop. But the problem is maybe I'm such a passionate guy that maybe it's not gonna come now. It's maybe not gonna come in a few years either. But that's something I will have to talk with my girlfriend to be sure that we're in the same page because also I'm 32 years old and she's 32 as well. And we are both we don't have like kids. We want to make kids as well, and
Yeah.
at some point like there is a clock that's running and we need
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
Hmm.
to to do as well. So it's not easy. It's not easy conversation. I can tell you like I'm really happy,
Oh, I
and
know.
yeah, I'm really happy in my life, and I love what I'm doing. But sometimes you have like
Yeah.
the personal life takes over, and you don't see your family that much. And I want to also take care of my mom. I want to see her a bit more as well, and be sure that.
Yeah.
But that's because you see like so many people that can die so fast. Like you look at this Diego Jota player, football player that just died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was 27 or 28 and just died. So life is so short. Everything can happen that you need to take care of everyone, and that's the tough part also with us is we do things that we love. It's so much enjoyable. We earn good money, but at the end also like we have a family behind, and money doesn't
Yeah.
make everything.
Yeah.
No. some things money can't
Yeah.
buy, and you can't replace the time
Exactly.
as well. It's
Exactly.
definitely a
You
thing to
can't buy
think of.
time.
As we get older, we really start to understand
Yeah.
that. Devilwalk, any final things from you, mate? Did we
I
tick off
mean,
all of your questions?
I had like just small things like, or small, but I had things like obviously in your in-game leader growth, you've played with, you know, massive in-game leaders in the French scene. You had a lot of different influences. Even if someone wasn't a pure in-game leader, there's still like influences you can take or concepts that you can learn from people. Do you have any like memorable? You don't have to mention maybe
I
what the
will. I will.
concepts are if you want to keep them secret, but like, is there anything like really notable that you feel like, okay, I got this from him and I use this today?
To be fully honest, it's not in-game related. It's more like
Yeah,
humans, etc. So I
yeah,
looked back at all my IGLs, and first I was like, what I don't want to be, what I didn't like in my IGLs, what was something that I was like
yeah,
really
Mm,
against. Um, for example, existence was really too much in his own way. Like if you had like your opinion, etc., it was like, at least to me, not listening enough and not being open enough about that. So that's something I never wanted to be. I always wanted to listen to people, having my own identity and my own opinion, but listening to people and trying to understand them. And sometimes you will tell them, yeah, it's bullshit. I don't agree with it. Or sometimes you take stuff from him because he says a good thing. That's
yeah.
the first thing. Um, on a good way from existence, being a leader of men. He always been a leader of men, always been a good captain. I wanted to be like him. I wanted to be that captain that you can trust. Exist and you could always trust him in anything. Also in his work ethic. He was really good at that.
yeah,
Like
Mm,
really good work ethic, really good like man, but not his thing not listening enough to his players. And that stuff like that I try to reflect on. Like not really about um good thing or bad things or pure IGL, but just like stuff around. Also, I learned how to play slow with Arts back then. In Arts, he's a legendary 1.6 player IGL as well in the French scene. He has his own
yeah,
style. Everyone knew he was like doing map control all the time and going on the mob site really late, like Navi, old Navi style, big style as well at some point with Guppy. I learned also that it's also good to play really late round and having this really late round and not being stressed, etc. Like so many small stuff from everyone as well, and also like from Alex also was really stubborn and was at some point not listening and saying to me that you will never be an IGL. That stuff I will never say to my guys as well because you never know what the future holds and actually I said it to laugh to ZywOo because he knows the joke. He was there as well and we laughed about it together already. But when sometimes he says something, I'm like, bro, you can't understand. You will never be an IGL. So
yeah, like you
yeah,
mean it.
exactly, in a meme way. But yeah, it's more those things that I learned from the others and creating my own
Yeah,
style as well.
yeah.
that's
It's
cool.
funny you said ZywOo will never learn from being IGL, but there was a topic that came up. What I think it was after he re-signed or something about him being the
People
one to fill
didn't
in your
understand.
place. What was
People
that?
didn't understand because, and maybe actually Neo said it in the wrong way. But what he wanted to say is, we want ZywOo to be a leader. Like
Yeah,
on the lockers in football, you have leaders of technical leaders. We call that
Locker
in the
room.
lockers. Locker room. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, in the locker
hmm
room. In football, you have like those people. Um, Messi for a long time, he wasn't, or even Ronaldo. They were not like the captains, but
yeah,
as they were so good in their own field, people, if they were saying something, people will listen to them. And that's why I said
yeah,
to Muzau, like, talk so not so much that whenever you talk, everyone is like, oh, Zywoo is talking. And that's more
yeah.
about that he wanted him to be more of a leader, not being an IGL, but
Okay,
just more of a leader.
yeah, yeah.
So that was the
It's the power of his
because
voice.
I
Yeah,
don't
now
think
I get
Zywoo
it.
will be an
Now I
IGL.
get it.
It's not for the meme, but it's just knowing him for so long that I know him pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. I got one funny question for
Go
you
ahead,
here,
mate.
Dan. Is it possible for Ropz to win an MVP?
Yes. It's the first
Do
time I
you,
told
okay.
myself that it's possible. I think I'm gonna check, but in Melbourne it was pretty close.
No, no. Yeah, so let me ask you this. Don't check anything yet. before you cheat me
I
out of
know.
this one, what do you think is the highest rated event Ropz has ever
I know
had?
it's in Melbourne. I know it.
That was
Yeah.
Melbourne, yeah, and it was with you
Yes.
guys. Despite how amazing he's been, his best ever event, even when he's won MVPs, was with you guys with a 1.30
Yeah.
rating. But then I don't know let's look. What
34.
ZywOo dropped like 140,
34. No, 34 or something.
34.
I think it's 34 or something. We talked. We had this. And
39. Yeah, it was nearly 140.
39.
See?
Okay. Yeah, but he knows it's gonna be tough. And but it's the first one I say that it's possible to win MVP ahead of ZywOo. He's the only one that I see capable of doing it.
Okay.
It's not gonna be easy, but yeah. And what's fun is before APL I said I had two. I was looking at the stats of my teammates and mostly Ropz and ZywOo, and the best tournaments they had was in EPL, like the studio even. So I told them studio mentions. So I'm like, okay, I have two really good players to play there, so it's perfect. Let's win it, because I think Ropz won maybe has 5 MVPs and he won maybe 2 or 3 in EPL. So.
2 EPL.
So I'm like, okay, you're EPL farmer, brother.
I have one other.
3 EPL.
One other question. So I know, like I always praise you guys when you play, like especially like when I watch you play Spirit. I feel like I think you're the best team in the world to like neutralize Donk in a good way. I think you're really good at finding the double nades where he goes, putting ZywOo in positions where he will be, where he doesn't get the chance to shine. Is that something that you guys talk about a lot when you like go into a game like against Spirit, that we need to find ways to make his impact less?
Of course, whenever Donk arrived in 2024 and he did that Katowice run, like the best performance of an individual of all time, in a big tournament, I was thinking of watching him. I'm like, I need to be ready whenever I will face him. Like, I will counter him. And the first time we play against him is Dallas 2024. We played him in the quarters, and I think he dropped a 0.86 rating. And yeah, I think that we have something. It doesn't mean that he's never gonna destroy us, because I believe in that he might be able. But yeah, I'm trying to find a way to play a bit different. And for example, for me, is the best at 1v1s. You know, if you give him a 1v1, you can't give him 1v1. So that's why FaZe were the perfect for him. I think when you look at Katowice final and Grand Major final, he dropped probably a 175 on the one and 196 on the other one. Because FaZe, they are these players. They take duels all the time.
Yes.
To play against Donk, in that regard, it's tough. So, you know, for me, my way is, I tell my guys just sometimes just to play different. Like, I know, we need to play on strength, but we have so many good players that can play different as well. That not only have one way to be good at, but have other ways. So, it's not only against the Donk, but some other team, the way they play. I ask my players to play a bit different way, to have like some different, like maybe a bit, sometimes a bit less all in, against some teams, because they are really good at, when, for example, if people play really pack, I ask people sometimes to not be all in because they will refrag. They go is to refrag. Sometimes just kill one, hide. Let the other two pick, or ask for a flash, or Shadow and Mirage, except of repicking. You do one kill, you wait for flash, or you hide. Your friend is picking, killing one more, you can repick, etc. Like do things. And sometimes I'm asking, my guys to play in different way against certain teams or certain players, because it's different, and it's normal to have like a little of counter when kid is that good.
Yeah, because I mean, all teams, just like you said, like back in the days when you have Navi as like a opponent that you just couldn't beat. You could beat everyone else, but Navi was crazy hard for you guys. That's when you need, some styles just counter you. Like some teams will just counter you, and you can't approach the game in the same way and just bang your head against the wall.
Yeah, but it's tough as well for some teams. That's why, because I talked with in the wedding, Jax is in a foot team, is like the Turkish organization, And he
Yeah.
plays his IGL is Devilwalk, and I had this call with him, and I told him, for me, what's important when you're beat in the bottom in the ranking is to be good at one style. You can't be good at everything. It's already tough for us in tier 1 that's been playing there forever to be good in every style. You guys need to be good like in one style, like Gambit did back then, like VP as well did with Jame, like Furia did in the other way. You know, they had like their own style with hearts, and they were doing it. It was not enough to win trophies, but that was good enough to get there. And that's what I told them. And for us, it's not. I have the players to be able to do it, to be able to play, and to play different way against certain teams. For example, I take the example because now they are a bit in tier 2 and we play them less and less, and they change a bit at the end. But when we used to play against Jame, why would I use nades at 130 in a round? That would not
There's no
make
point.
sense. We won games against them where we were keeping all our nades. They were coming at 25 seconds. We smoke. GG, guys. You need to come through now.
Go save.
No save. I'll save. I'll save. I'll go
save.
through, kill 2 and go save. But it's exactly what's important there. Like playing a different way against different teams, because everyone has their own style and you can't like copy paste everything you do all the time against every teams, because then you will be countered.
No.
And that's also part of why we've been successful, is also our way to change the way we play. Sometimes we play map control really slow. Sometimes we play more pop and having like more strats, and sometimes we play more default and playing a bit more loose. It just depends against who we play and the confidence we have at that moment. And for me, that's so key to be also recognized as a good IGL and be a good IGL. You need to be able to play a lot of styles.
No, I 100% agree. I even wrote down you're the most dynamic team because you can fake defaults with patterns. You can do the default with the same pattern. And I know how it is to be on the other side when you hear the same things all over again, but something different is happening every round. And you're just scared. You know that, okay, I cannot be alone, go here. I cannot be alone, go there. Because if that happens, we lose. If that happens, we lose. And you create so many problems that you have to solve on the server that as an enemy team of yours, you have to connect everyone at the same time. And you don't always have the time to solve all the solutions as a whole group.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It makes it much more complicated to fix these issues.
You know, that's the thing for me. Being a good IGL, what does it mean to be unpredictable? That's the most important. Because, for example, when you see some teams playing really good, like I will take the G2 example in 2024. They played really good at some point, but it was the same stuff all over and all over again, and they were good at doing it. But like if we had like the right thing at that moment, we will counter it. We're just not good enough, but we will counter it. For us, I think it's tough because we can do so many different stuff, you know. Sometimes we can be like a 4 mid, sometimes we can be on Mirage, for example. We can be everywhere on the map. We can do the same stuff and doing a fast pace and slow pace. And we have also a lot of different strats as well. Like I can run a bomb site on so many different ways because I worked on so many different strategies that when I'm taking like the spot of a city and like I need to hold, but yeah, the guy can do that, he can do that. So if I use these spots, I'm blind. I've used this. If they do this, I'm good. But if they do this one, I'm bad. I mean, you know, it creates like so much uncertainty to players, and that creates a lot of like tough things for them.
Yeah.
All right, there's one final quick thing I want to get onto before we get to viewer questions, Dan, if that's all right with you. Pesh is back.
Yes.
Your good old friend.
Yes.
Just he obviously, even when he was not part of your team as the manager, the only tweets I see from him is about you guys, is about Vitality. He's very French. He loves you guys, but you have such a good relationship with him as well. Is this just like one last ride?
Exactly.
Go get him another major?
Yeah. With Amy, it was just meant to be. Like, you know, it's not only about us, it's the work. Manager is not only like being with the team, is also a lot of work with the org, and stuff didn't go the best. So she's also part of what we did, the 7 trophies together. She's part of that. And
Oh, dude, she was so passionate. I got her on my personal video when you guys win. full crying, full in emotions. She was really with and loving in what you guys are doing.
Yeah, you're right, and I'm really happy she was there, and I will not thank her enough for the what she did for us. Um, but yeah, Pesh is a different guy. He's just he's a friend of mine. He's a
Olympic.
friend of mine. He's a good fucking good guy, and it's just good to see him back. And I told him, "No, you're
Yeah.
back, and we will lose everything." So thank you.
Oi, he's the one you blame. He's the
Exactly.
one you blame if anything
Exactly,
fucks
I
up.
you take all the pressure off your back. Put on him.
Perfect. It's easy now. So yeah,
Oh,
that's the thing.
that's going to be good
Yeah.
fun. Now, I want to also ask about, you got your own merchandise right now. This is where we're at, Dan. And I remember commenting when you put it up on Instagram story. So this is on merchskin.club.
Yeah.
And the first one I commented about is you even got a t-shirt that says, even my mum was on
Yes.
B with you doing this.
I think
The fact we got this on a t-shirt is perfect.
it's
This is
it's a really
amazing.
good thing. We did work together to make a merch, and
Yeah.
I think it's really good to have this kind of stuff with like some meme of some important moments. I think the next
Yeah.
one
So
will be this one
when
probably, but
yes, I was just about to ask, like, when is this
Yes.
one coming?
I think it should be somewhere. But first of all, as we did it before the major, yeah, it's nice merch and it's good quality as well. I received them.
Yeah.
I know I didn't receive them, but I know the product we use, and it's really good. So it's really nice.
I got to say though, you now need to level up even more in the gym because they've made you look like a Greek god. Like he's got huge. We're gonna put it on the screen for everyone to see. You got massive biceps, full abs popping out of the shirt and everything. They've made that look
They did the
amazing.
first one where I was a bit chubby. I said no, I'm not like that, and they did that. I'm like maybe it's too
Yeah.
much, but it's fun.
No, I love it. Wait, this is how you set a new goal for
Yeah,
yourself,
exactly.
right? This is it. This is the almost bodybuilder mode.
Yeah, exactly. It's too
Dan
much,
coming in there.
but it's fine.
Oh, we love it. And also, you're not going to get rid of me, mate, because in 2 days we're doing the show match
Yep.
together. I'm commentating, just to
Yeah.
say that clearly, with Anders. It's on the 16th of July, in a couple of
Yep.
days from after this filming, at 7 p.m.
Uh,
CST. It's you going up against Carrigan. Hello,
Yeah.
dog. What's the dog's
It's
name?
Ange. And Ange.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
like an angel.
Uh-huh.
Ah.
I think
Oh.
she wants to hit.
She's like, excuse me, you've been here a
You
long
need to
time,
wait a
feeding
bit.
time now. Nearly
Yeah.
done, I promise, Ange. But the show match, you got up against Carrigan, so just another easy dub there, even in the show match. We're gonna have some fun.
Yeah, I think it's the goal is to have some fun. It's always good to have those moments for CS, etc. Just have to more relaxed games and enjoying some good Counter
Yeah.
Strike. So I hope people will come with a lot of people will come and will enjoy that moment for sure.
I'll just tell you this, as I'm not a commentator, I'm gonna be shit talking like
It's so
commentators
good.
the
It's
whole
so
time. I'm
good.
gonna have some real fun with this.
Enjoy, mate.
They're
You-
letting me loose. They're letting me
Enjoy.
loose on this one.
You deserve it.
All right. Well, we've got some good viewer questions coming in here, so I'm going to start with the first one, if that's all right with you, Dan.
Sure.
You good with that?
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you very much again for all the time. So this guy says his name is Miscellanean. Says a common past criticism of apEX was his tendency to become overly emotional or tilted. He put tilted in quotation marks during games. Yet we saw none of that in Dallas and Austin. Even the "fuck you apEX" chants didn't manage to like affect you. How did he manage to stay so composed?
Well, I guess it's also like putting your brain. I was repeating to myself for a month. You need to be the best captain you can be. You need to be the best captain. You need to be able to tilt the least possible extra. And what's crazy is I think I tilted 0 times in Austin, which was the most important tournament.
Wow.
But the shit thing is, sometime in Melbourne, after we lose 2 rounds against Falcons, 5v3s, it's pretty known. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah.
I was pretty mad on my teammates,
Yeah.
but that was needed. And actually, if it was the same in the major, I would have done it. And sometime when you do it in the good way, etc., like right after we won, we lost 0 rounds after. So that's really important to do stuff, and if it's timed well. But yeah, it's just working on yourself every day.
I'm sure you were equally tilted in the gym pat 1v5 there against
I was really tilted as well. I was tilted. I was actually tilted. You see me on the camera that I'm tilted.
Yes.
we did a breakdown of that on the podcast. Devilwalk went through like all the moments that allowed it to happen. So it's probably
so
something
many
you went
mistakes,
through.
But the worst is the ZywOo one, but for me, the third one. But yeah, it's this guy can do mistakes sometimes.
He's allowed.
Yes, exactly.
Devilwalk, ask the next one for us, please, mate.
Okay, this is from Risen.
Risen's
I mean, how do you think going to the gym impacted you and the whole team? Also, of all the majors you've won, which one did you love the most? I mean, Paris,
yes,
you pretty much answered that one.
Yeah, Paris without a doubt because of the family and at home. But yeah, what helps me is I'm a hyperactive person, so I really need to get some energy out of my body somewhere, and the gym is a good way. Also, the self-confidence when you grown up muscles and you feel more jacked and etc. It's really important for me and just to put oxygen in my brain in a way. And I used to run. I just have a fit problem for too long. I wish I could do both because it's also a good way for me to do it well.
Do you okay? I have a follow-up question. How many gym strats are in Vitality's strat
Zero
book
actually.
right now?
No,
Zero.
No gym strats. We have a lot of
no gym strats.
When I find a strat, I called it also the city we are in. So we have a Austin, we have a Melbourne, we have stuff like that. So we have like for example there we have a Mezii, Remy, Shanghai, Eric because I have so many strats there. Kazakh, Turbo, Danny's a dog, Pera, Vitality, and like.
I like the dad is a dog.
It's a strat on me when I do something shit. So yeah, it's a.
Okay. I got to ask this though, right? Because when I see you guys in the gym, there's like a team workout though, right? You and Jack doing some like sets, and also FlameZ's been getting more involved as well. There's a bit of gym synergy with this now, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we try to bring ZywOo and Ropz, but it's not possible. So
yeah, that might be too much.
Maybe
what about Mezii? Does he come?
He does some runs, a couple of runs. Okay. So it's good. I've been running with him in Austin actually.
In that heat, bro.
In the heat, yes, we did it together.
Ooh.
I was burning, but but yeah, I think it's a part of us as well, and it helps us too. You know,
brilliant.
In a way, in CS, all teams are CS is 95% of the job, okay, and you could add those little 1% outside of the game, where in the way you eat, in the way you react to things. For example, I don't eat shit in tournaments except at the end, etc. So it's just small things. The only thing I allow myself is drinking a bit of wines sometime when we go to restaurant, but that's the only bad thing I do.
Oh, you're French.
Yeah, exactly. So
you're French.
So
that's normal.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, the next question. Skorga says, congratulations on everything recently. Skorga is he submits a question every single time, our most valued viewers in here. And he says, thank you for being one of the best personalities in Counter-Strike. 2 questions. Despite your success, do family members still ask you when you're going to get married and have kids, settle down, etc.?
Yes, of course. Like at some point, people show me, they show me the clock, like it's coming, bro. It's time now. So yeah, of course. But as I said before, it's time for everything, and also like doing it now, like as Mezii did, it's not easy because you don't see your kid that much. He is growing, and then it's a choice of life. But for me, for now, I'm gonna wait a bit.
Yeah, I advise the waiting for a bit as well, because I'm in the same situation as Mezii, and you miss a lot of the key moments. You're thankful for the ones you do get to have, but I guess I look at it probably in a similar way to Mezii of you do it now for the better life you can give.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, each to their own with it. And then second question, I didn't even know this, by the way, so this might be wrong. He says, as someone else has asked about going to the gym, I'm going to ask this. What are the perks of being sponsored by Magnum and Ben of Jerry's ice cream at Team Vitality? I didn't even know this was a sponsorship.
It's actually, I don't know if you've seen this, but we did like a ad. It's advertising for them. It's actually going on Uber Eats, I think, in France, and I heard it's one of the best ads in Uber Eats. So
I need to see this.
Vitality Magnum.
I have to watch it as
I don't know if it's on. I think it should be there.
Dan, your face
Yeah.
in this.
Is it
I
this
see
one?
This
you
one, this
directly, Dan.
Yeah.
It works really well.
He's really enjoying himself.
Yeah. Exactly. And it worked really well. That's what we do in media days sometimes.
Grand
You
Slam.
deserve
fuck
an
you, Apex.
Oscar for this.
Bien is
Apex.
Grand Slam winners, and fuck you is written as well on the fridge.
And now he takes it from
Yeah,
me.
exactly. Obviously, because he says, "Oh, I'm watching the game, but I'm doing noise," and he's like, "Oh, fuck it. What are you doing?" And he tries as well after. And
It's the close-ups. This is
Yeah.
killing me. And there's Ropz.
and yeah, and because ZywOo enjoys as well at the end, and Ropz is like, "Guys, you're supposed to watch the game."
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Oh, that's brilliant. I like that. That's a nice, fun one. All right. Next question. Devilwalk.
What moments in your career stand out as turning points, both high and lows? And this is from GX Markellion.
Low point of my career was probably 2018 before I joined Vitality. I got benched from G2 and I spent a couple of months, 2 or 3 on the bench, where G2 wants to sell me for too much money. So it's getting really rough. And yeah, so if I have to point this one, and it was really tough to go against, but thanks Vitality arrived and I'm there. And Hub is this last 6 months has been the best moment of my career so far without a doubt, and it's been, I will say, enjoyable.
Yeah. Another question. I'll take one more from this guy.
Yep.
GX Markellon. Who's the most underrated player you've played with or against?
Again, it's too hard to answer because there are so many players. So, and my career is so long that I have no idea if I have to. But played with, of course, Mezii is there. Mezii has to be up there. And I'm thinking about LPK as well, because stat-wise he wasn't the best, but he was also a really good teammate, etc. Yeah, I think I would go with both of them.
RPK, is he still working on the cards?
Yes,
and
he
stuff
does.
now?
He does. It's been a while.
He loves that,
Yeah.
right? It's like his
Yeah,
passion.
it is. It's been a while since I saw him actually. Like a bit less than, a bit less than a year. I saw him. We had the restaurant together, but yeah, it goes well. We still talk sometimes, and it's been already 4 years he retired. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Life is crazy.
It goes so
Yes.
fast. It goes so fast. I'm gonna ask one more question from this Markellian guy, because this is a funny one, and I think we'll get a good answer from you, Apex. So it says, off the server for a moment, I've been curious to ask you this. I noticed you follow FC Barcelona on your socials, so I'm guessing you're a fan. Barca was so close to winning the treble this season. Did you watch many of their games, and what did you think of their run? Do you really think they can actually win the treble under Hansi Flick next season?
There is a spider. The guy, thanks God I don't follow porn stars on my Instagram.
You might get in trouble with a girlfriend for that as well.
Actually, she will be fine. It's just following. I mean, he's just watching. What we say in France is, the only thing I have left is my eyes.
True. I like that way of looking at it.
So, okay, I used to be Barcelona fan mostly before because of I'm a big fan of Messi. I love Messi, and for me, he's the greatest of all time, and I just love him. And I went a lot watching Barcelona games, etc. So I still follow them. I follow them a bit less lately, but I still support them. So yeah, it's been a rough season because they won only I mean they won 2, but not the most important ones. But that's the way it is. Next season, let's see how Yamal as well is getting there, and how everything will go. That's it.
Thank you very much. Next one, Devils from Jaffa, so you can do that.
Yeah, as you've been on IGL for many years, and this season being your most successful season, what steps have you taken as a team to prioritize your mental health and prevent burnout?
It's good. It's a good question. So, for me, what's important is having like blocks. We call that blocks. For example, the first block of the beginning of the season was bootcamp, Bounty, Katowice. First block. We give everything in those months and a half. Then we have a week break. That's why we didn't do like also the PG at events, because then it's too much at the end. So we create this block, we give our best, we have a week off. Great. Then we continue. We have a bit. We had preparation Stockholm 2 weeks, Blast Lisbon 2 weeks. Okay, break again, 1 week break. Then again, practice Melbourne, Blast Rivals, a little break, and then Dallas and the major and break again. So we had like 3 breaks in the season where some team didn't have it. So for me, people need to understand that it's so important to work. It's so important to give your best in CS, etc. That's for sure. I'm the first one to work hard. But what's important is having 2 small breaks where you can just breathe and do something else. And that's what we do. And people think that the thing is also right now people say, yeah, but it's working for you, so it's good to do it. But if it doesn't work, you shouldn't do it. Yeah, we should still do it, because when you arrive to an event, you fail and you're like, oh, we need to work so much harder. It's not good enough, and then you keep going on another, and then you get and then
it's a bad loop
yeah,
down.
exactly, and then it drops down. So for me, mental health in that
You
way,
never
it's really
repair.
important to be able to rest. And we're not, most of us are not allowed to go on the PC. Like, just go away, do something else. Me, I never go on the PC, except sometime I go at the end, like the Sunday, because I need to prepare as well some new things for the strat time we have. So I try to put my brain away for 6 days or 5 days and do 1 day of like full enjoyment. Full of CS enjoyment.
That's really smart way to do
Yeah, I
it,
think so.
actually.
Yeah, and a lot of teams aren't doing it as well. A lot of teams just full grind this time as well. Are you going to keep this same like 2 events, 1 week off during this next season?
Depends. For example, it's gonna be a bit different at the beginning of the season because we have almost 4 events in a row. We have Cologne to Bounty to EWC to Blast Open. So we won't be able to take so much rest. But after that, instead of in 7 days, we'll have 10 days, because then we have EPL and we have like between the end of Blast Open and the beginning of EPL, I think it's a month. So we take 10 days off, and then we have 2 weeks and a half
Yeah,
practice.
from 7th of September till October the 3rd, because you'll skip fissure.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're skipping the fissures and the PGL events, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Perfect. That's a very good way of doing it. All right. The next one is from Shadow Hunter. How is the team feeling after losing the first map versus the Mongols and the crowd being heavily against you? We kind of answered that, right? We already covered that earlier in the podcast, so that's fine. I'll go on to the next one then from Jacksoon. He says, what was the journey for you like becoming an IGL? What came naturally and what aspects did you have to work on over the years? I guess we haven't
covered it.
But I would answer quickly. What came naturally is like my work ethic, like a human leader, and those stuff. And what didn't come, what I had to work hard for is being open with my teammates and listening to them, and also being able to work on my emotions.
Okay. This is from Casper. As the player who currently has the most aura right now in CS, do you think being vocal against enemies boosts your confidence and or performance?
Even though, I always screamed on people, they're not gonna change because I have more aura, as they say, or less aura. What's important for me is being myself 24/7, and the person you see in tournaments is not a fake apEX, is that the real apEX, the guy that's done at the end. It's just me, and I'm trying to be myself most of the time. So yeah, that's it.
See, I like what Dan's saying here on a lot of this, because we said about this authenticity you have with it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that comes to me. Dan, Navi's my team, right? But I'm not biased towards them. It's just my team, my friends, my organization, I know. And so many people go, you work as a talent, you can't be with one team. I said, what am I supposed to do? Then just lie and just be like, no, I'm not. I'm still a fan of the fucking game. I still enjoy the game. I watch the game. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate when Spirit wins or when Vitality win, whatever else is happening. So yeah, you should always be that way. I think the good example is like looking at, if you're not being yourself and you go away from that, then the fans will see a difference in you, and then it's not a nice reality of it all. I think that's what we've got in CS, especially. CS is so good that we can be us, and you can you're not a riot game, right? Where you can't say fuck you and this and you get in trouble for it. We can be us, and the fans see that and feed off that, and they can hate you, they can love you, but it's you.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
the beauty of it
Exactly.
all.
That's what we love the most. Just being
Yeah.
ourselves. And and
I,
that's the best. I agree.
I never want Valve to change that ever. They should never
No.
change that. Well, this is a good one. Slim says, what do you think about the loadout system in CS2? Personally, I think it's an incredibly poor addition, and there shouldn't be a limit on what weapons you can choose from during a match.
There is a good of the bad thing from Loadout. Now, finally, we can play with the 2M4s. We asked that forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we can choose. Like me, I'm not a. I love the big M4, but I'm not good enough with it, so I don't use it enough. But I think like a lot of my teammates, they just change with situation when they want to do an aggro move where they feel better extra. I think it's a really good thing. So I think the loadout is, yeah, sometimes it's pretty annoying that I can't take the hog and the scouts at the same time, because if I have the 2M4s extra,
Yeah.
so you have some struggle like that, but that's part of the game. I mean, I'm not a complainer anyway. I'm not complaining that much overall. When people say, "Yeah, what do you think about that?" I just do my best to. When I hear like those newbies saying, "Ah, CS2 is shit," like shut the fuck up and work hard to just do the best you can. It's just bad to say
Hey,
that.
you played Source at the beginning, Dan,
Yeah.
didn't you? That was really bad at the start. That was not fun.
Actually, Source. I didn't play at the start of Source. I played when it was good.
Okay.
So
Oh, you came on the rise
yes,
up.
exactly.
I remember the
It
very early
was
days
really
of
shit.
Source. I was like, oh God, oh, what is
Yeah, it
this?
was really bad. But then it got better. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they did improve it. All right, one final question, DW.
Okay, from Cam. As a player, you've been prone to tilting, and its impact was most apparent in the Melbourne Grand Final versus Falcons. But by the major, you reset multiple times and remained very effective in your games. You mentioned in interviews at the major that this has been a focus of yours. What made you realize it's something you needed to work on? And what did you do to work? Your name is in the way. What did you do to work on it, and how did you achieve such significant improvements in your mental game in such a short period of time?
No, I think Melbourne. I was not that tilted. I just, as I said before, there was some moment as IGL you need to. I'm not. You know, I heard Yakin there saying, "Oh, it's cool because Falan never tilts." That's bullshit. You're not a great agile because you never tilt. That's not true. Everyone is different, and the way that Valen does things doesn't mean that I'm doing bad because I'm different than that. And so that's bullshit. For me, it just sometimes it's needed, sometimes I feel to do it, sometimes I don't feel to do it. So
Yeah.
for me in Melbourne, maybe I got tilted a bit of times. Actually, I don't remember that much, but maybe a bit. That's for sure. But it's just because sometimes it's needed, and you feel you need to
Mhm.
put it in away. And what's important is the reaction of your team. Because when I got tilted, the team was going up, and that's what's needed. It's not like just tilt to tilt. It just tilts because I know at that moment I didn't tilt on the first 5v3. I did on the second one because I'm like, it's normal
Yeah.
to do one mistake sometimes. It's fine. Let's do win the next one. But
Yeah.
two in a row because we played the same way is not, we're not allowed to do it. So for me,
Yeah.
yeah,
Unacceptable.
exactly. So you need to. Yeah, I'm also like the voice, and I'm also responsible for that. I need to find a solution,
Mhm.
and I maybe did things before that didn't work. So you need to understand that, and also, yeah, once again, I need to be myself, and sometimes if I'm frustrated, is also because I have too many emotion, too many frustration in myself that needs to go out. And what you need to
Yeah.
understand is also my teammates accept that they know me, they know I'm this guy.
Mhm.
So if I scream that way, it's just because also I need it, and it's because people fuck up. So they don't take it bad like it was the first time. They know me, so it doesn't affect them as much as you guys think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you know what's funny? Because what you're saying there, Dan, I remember some analysts said when Ropz joined, oh, he won't like how apEX is. He won't be able to deal with it or accept it. Look where we're at right now. Like, it's all still working.
Because
No, but
it's
it's right what you're saying. Like different things are needed at different times. You know, if you're just smiling happy every time someone does a mistake and joke about it, it will lose how effective it is. You need to do
Yeah.
things differently and at the right time.
exactly. And you're
Um,
right, you're right. And accepting it,
and yeah,
Well,
accepting it also, like, people don't see it the same way, but okay, Ropz, if doesn't accept because he's a more chill guy for sure. He's more calm. But Robin sometimes doesn't talk like much, so I need to be mad at him then. It's the same way.
Yeah.
People don't say the same, but tilting, there is two ways of tilting. I mean, Ropz is not like that. I'm not talking about Ropz, but in general. Like, because I never heard Robin tilting, except once in practice, I think. To be honest, only once. But there is two ways. First way is showing your emotion, being like tilted as I am. Like, oh, fuck it, slamming. The other people, they are like getting more calm. Like, they don't talk anymore.
Yeah, they're
What's
silent.
the worst?
Yeah.
I think it's more calm. I promise. Because at least the
It's
guy,
me.
when he's frustrated, he say it. The goal is that he's able to reset. That's just the most important. When people go down, it's the worst. When people are too quiet, it's the worst. I promise you.
See, I need to change my behavior because Devilwalk's always like, Bakes, I've not heard you in 3 rounds, and I'm just fucking silently losing my mind playing Face It. We play Face It together, and he knows when I've
Banks,
disappeared.
did you mute your mic?
And I'm just full fucking losing it through the game.
So it's just different. Like, just people. What's important at the end is we are humans. We are different. We have different way to deal with emotions. We need to accept each other. But then you need to show improvement. If someone tells you, if my teammate Ropz comes and say, Dan, I think you too much tilt, you too much emotional. Like you need to sometimes try to go down. I will say, okay, I'm gonna work on this and show you that I care of what you say and get better. That's what matters because we will not change. I said it already at the beginning that I was not myself at the beginning, and that's important to be so. But don't be too much yourself. That's the only thing.
Well, Dan, this was absolutely incredible. First of all, thank you so much for giving me all this time and being with us, man.
It's been an honor.
Eye-opening. Yeah, this is we got to learn more. Like you should see the research we try to do is we watch like past podcasts you've been on, past Nell's document on you where he wrote that article, some other articles and things trying to learn, but a lot of stuff's in French. And watching that with English subtitles sucks. It's hard for me to understand because it sometimes doesn't translate correctly. But even then, we've still been able to learn so much from this. And it's been an absolute pleasure, man. So thank you so much for that.
Cool.
I'm sure people are going to
I
enjoy
hope
it.
so. I hope so. It was cool for me as well. So thank you guys.
I'm glad you said something though. You said sometimes you watch the podcast and things. Are you someone who watches a lot of these different shows or pays attention to any of this stuff? Not just ours. I mean, like in general.
I'm not watching the war thing. I will be honest. I'm watching stuff that's interesting for myself. Okay, some stuff like about sometimes about us, about like the way you see things, etc. And I do that on sometimes you see on the social that you see shorts or whatever of people like doing some comments. So I'm reading like sometimes I'm just listening to the war. So yeah, of course. Sometimes I'm listening to some terrain, you guys, HLTV, but not too much because of course I don't have time to watch everyone and to listen to everyone myself. But it's interesting to see like different point of view and how you guys. I like also how people see us. What you guys think about us? And then I'm like, okay, they're completely wrong because once again, like just
because we don't know.
You try to just
please tell us. We'd love to learn.
Yeah, sometimes I can't say too much as well, but you speak I don't know, I don't know how to say in English. I'm not sure it's an English word, but yeah, whatever. But you say things that you're not sure about, which it's normal. You need also to be able to talk. I'm like, no, it's not exactly like that. That's also fun to see like people's perspective about us, or about things on us, or about what's going on the set in a way. Or sometimes when I know about something and I hear about, okay, how people like react about it, and or sometimes more like precise stuff about the player, what they think about the player. Yeah, I like to listen to those things.
I always try to see, because I'm very privileged, right? With doing the interviews, a lot of players talk to me about stuff and they'll always tell me like, you can't say about this. So I don't ever repeat things, but I'll always say on the podcast, I don't have any insight from this to make sure all the fans know it's clear. I think like I'm seeing this and I think it could be this, for example, like the hardest one was this JL Navi move. Because obviously I knew that was coming from a mile off. I just told people, but it's definitely not Imma going. Like everyone thought it was pointing at him the whole time.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of it all, right? Some of it is speculation. Some of it's what we see and how we view things. Yeah, exactly. So Dan, I'm just going to say the last thing is for you to address anything you want to say to the fans. Final words, mate.
Sorry, can you repeat the end? I didn't listen. I didn't hear the end.
You can say your final words to all the fans who are watching.
Well, the last 6 months have been a privilege for us in a lot of ways. Being for the fans, for us, for CS in general. So I'm really glad to be able to do that to do that job for everyone, because we live so much emotions together and etc. So it's good. Thanks everyone for supporting us, for following us. I think I got 50K followers and more on Instagram. I think thanks to the major. So hello to the new followers. But no, it just I'm privileged, as you said. We are privileged to do that work, and without the fans, without the people watching, we wouldn't be no one, because there would be no sponsors, there would be no hype, it would be nothing like a lot of
Yeah.
other shit games. So I'm really glad you guys there, and hope we will keep winning, because as I said, I'm not done winning, and even though I'm 30 years old, 2 years old, sorry, I'm still super hungry to win trophies.
And if you keep gymming, you keep going like you're doing, you'll stay young, stay fragging, still doing
Yes, I'm gonna try.
your good wins and your many
I hope
trophies.
so. I hope so. That's the job.
Oh yes.
I wish you the best
Devilwalk.
of luck on doing it, and I hope you achieve that historic best season or best year ever.
Yes,
I guess.
I hope so too.
Most.
Thank you.
I'll
So
definitely
good luck,
say,
man, and thank you so much for coming on. You've been a pleasure
That
to
was
talk
really
to,
good.
and I
As I
didn't
said to
even.
Bang, I think for me it was important to not do it, because at some point I did
oh
a
yeah,
lot.
I didn't tell anyone
I did a
this.
lot in a row, and
Yeah.
I told
Yeah.
Bang that we should wait a bit, because actually it's good that we won the major, so it's even better. That's my first long
It's
interview.
even better.
That's my first long interview I do after the major. So I think it's good, because I did a lot at some point, and for me it's also good to be able to be a guy that is not everywhere all the time, because even though it's
Yeah.
a bit different and you work differently than the others, people still see me, so they're tired. They're like, actually, I wrote that on my, there is a lot of YouTube videos from French lately of myself, and on Twitter I almost
Yeah.
apologize that sorry that you see me that much, and I also want to be also a bit of more of a guy that but don't know too much, because it's good to have a little bit of secret, but it's sometimes just coming
Yeah.
and say the things and etc. But it was really nice, and I enjoyed those more than 4 hours. I think the first time I do that.
I didn't expect it to be this long. I know you can talk, but I didn't expect this. And Dan, you were 100% right. You know, when they won the major, Devilwalk, he said to me at the party, he goes, "Hey, it's good we didn't do this interview before, because I wanted to do it before the major and get his thoughts." And he's like, "I told you this would be good." And hey, look, it absolutely delivered. So Dan was right again with his amazing memory. An incredible year so far for 2025. Let's see what the rest of it holds for him. Definitely going to be front runners and favorites coming into Cologne. It's been a pleasure having you, man. This was episode 19 of the All About Counter-Strike podcast. It's been all about apEX. We'll see you on the next episode, which will be a preview of Cologne and looking at all of the roster moves, all the craziness that's been going on in the Counter-Strike scene. See you later.
Thank you.